Welcome, everyone, to the December 17th City Commission meeting. Mayor Ananda is at her children's Christmas concert tonight, so she will be here. She thought about maybe an hour or so late, so she'll be coming in before the meeting's over, but I'll kind of see if I can handle this until she gets here. But we'll start with the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Does anyone present want to change the agenda?
Nope. Move approval?
Second.
And so,
This is
well,
a
we'll go ahead,
commission.
this is a commission item, so we'll
This is
have the consent
commission.
agenda in a second.
Yeah.
This is just the regular agenda.
Yeah, this is just,
If I made that, Mayor, who's sadly not here, did receive some correspondence. If we could move item, regular agenda item 4? 1.
Move it where?
To the first item, instead of, sorry, did it change? I apologize, everyone.
instead of to where?
I thought it was,
The issue was moving up the legislative priority statement. Number 6 is what
thank you,
the
6.
request was from Ms. Henderson, a consideration to move that item earlier in the agenda.
I didn't
Can't do that.
realize.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Sherry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sherry had something to say that, as far as order.
The resolution allows the commission to amend or change, so obviously if that request came in and you all chose to make that, to move to change that, then that would be at your discretion.
And that was copied
Okay.
on the communication between Mayor Ananda and
Ms. Henderson?
Ms. Henderson.
So I did see that, and she intended to, but didn't put one and one together, that she would not be.
She
here
would
for the
not be
first
here.
part of it.
Man, I'm not very good at this. This is-
You'd be better if you were copied on it. I apologize for that.
Okay, so,
However, it
Commissioner
doesn't allow
Shipley.
for public comment.
Yes,
so-
Commissioner Shipley, do you
I'm gonna
have a-
withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
So we can talk.
that's right.
No, I guess I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Shipley, do you have would you like to make a motion related to the agenda?
I would make a motion that item number 6, legislative priority statement, be moved to number 1
In the regular agenda?
in the regular agenda items. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Shipley, a second by Commissioner Bully, to accept the agenda, but by moving item number 6 to item number 1 on the regular agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Excellent. Okay. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for the comments. First, do any of the commissioners wish to pull any items off the consent agenda?
I do not.
No.
Okay. Do any members of the public wish to pull anything off the consent agenda?
B6F.
B6F. Okay. B5D. Any others? Okay, hearing none, I'd look for a motion on the consent agenda.
Move to approve?
With
Second.
the,
With
with the noted changes
Yeah.
of B5D and B6F, I believe.
Moved by Commissioner Lawson, seconded by Commissioner Shipley to approve the consent agenda besides B5D and B6F. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, B5D. Pulling that up. Someone pulled it off the agenda. Come on up, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners and members of the public. My name is Benjamin Stringer. My law offices have been retained by Utility Solutions regarding a bid proposal to work on, I believe it's the manhole repair for the city. Visual Solutions submitted a bid by the November 26, 2019 timeline and was subsequently denied their bid despite being $225,000 plus lower than the second highest bid. In the report that we have, it states, it seems the primary concern is that Visual Solutions is not a responsible bidder, and it cites back to a 2018 project in which Visual Solutions was the contractor on. Utility Solutions, I'm sorry. That project involved epoxy on some manholes. The epoxy manufacturer had some issues with their product. Our client, Utility Solutions, has been more than responsive to the city and the city engineers' issues, questions. They've worked to resolve those issues, and it is our understanding that those issues have almost been entirely resolved. And continuing to work with the city engineer to resolve those issues. I mean, what we have here is a responsible bidder who has provided all the information that they were required to. When the city engineer asked for subsequent information, they provided that subsequent information. They came in $225,000 lower than the second highest bidder. Mind you, all other bidders were over the city engineer's estimate for what the project would cost, I think by approximately $60,000 or more, which according to state statute means that those bids shouldn't be permitted to be accepted. Despite all that, the city engineer is asking you to waive the statutory requirements and proceed with a bid that is well over the estimated price and well over the lowest bid. I think the citizens of the state of Kansas and the city of Lawrence would appreciate the commission considering the lowest bid, which is the bid provided by Utility Solutions, and taking that $225,000 plus and putting it other places that it could stand to be used, such as the schools, other roads, and plenty of other places within the city that could use that attention. With that, I'd take any questions from the commission that you might have.
Okay. Any commissioners have questions for the speaker? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nick, or someone from the city like to speak on that item?
Yes, my name is Nick Hoyt. I'm an Engineer Program Manager for the City of Lawrence MSO Department. I'm the manager of this program. First, I'm going to do a quick overview of what this project entails so you guys understand that. So in the scope, there's rehabilitation of about a little under 300 manholes of different coatings and different frame and cover replacements as specified. So each manhole kind of has a different recipe to follow, and then it's very scattered across the city of 300 separate locations with different access issues, traffic control issues, and otherwise. Why Utility Solutions? They did submit a bid on November 26th, as the gentleman indicated. So within that bid proposal, the city laid out several requirements. One was about the bidders maintaining a permanent place of business, which they did meet, and has adequate equipment to do the work. Then it also requested information that the bidder provide the financial status to meet obligations for the work, which was not included in the original bid package. And then additional for this project, it requested qualifications from the material supplier as to are they certified to install each recommended material. The Utility Solutions did provide a work history, and it was not clear of what materials were used there. And furthermore, it did not include any certifications as requested from the material manufacturer of if they were certified to apply that material. Last Thursday, I called Mr. Brewer with Utility Solutions to notify him that that we were determined that his bid was incomplete and non-responsive, and it would not be evaluated. And he asked what was missing, and he did submit information after the fact. It was last Thursday or Friday, not with the initial bid package as requested. Furthermore, we have a history with Utility Solutions. They completed a very similar size project with very similar specifications and quantities and such last year. There was several documented issues with both the safety practices of the contractor, environmental practices, and the final work product. So the environmental issue is the contractor released cementitious product into a city stream and on city property. That was an environmental issue. And then we caught some of the workers, or one of the workers, entering a manhole, confined space, without proper gas detector, so these sewers have hydrogen sulfide in there, which is eating away the concrete, which is part of the reason why we're applying the coating to protect the concrete. So that hydrogen sulfide gas can also kill people or hurt them significantly very quickly. And that's something we take very seriously across the department, but in this particular instance, we took very seriously because we knew that that hydrogen sulfide gas had been in that manhole already. So we determined that the bid package as submitted was incomplete, and then we've had the past issues. The workmanship issues that was discussed previously involved epoxy coating that was applied less than a year ago, and over the summer we determined that out of the 90 manholes, approximately 60 are having significant issues ranging from minor pinholes and peeling to complete failure. As in, you open the manhole, we paid $5,000 to get this manhole coated less than a year ago, 90% of the coating is gone. Now, the gentleman that spoke before me indicated that that has been resolved. It's currently not been determined if that was an issue with the material supplier or the installation methods that were used. The material supplier had a third-party analysis completed just a couple weeks ago to determine the cause of the failure and a recommended solution. We're expecting that report back by the end of the year, maybe Christmas. But until that is determined, what caused the failure with the last project and a recommended solution, we don't feel comfortable moving forward. And since the bid was incomplete and determined to be unresponsive, we would recommend that you approve the action as written. Now, to the details of the state statute, I'm going to let the city's attorney office discuss that.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Tony Wheeler, the city attorney. The attorney representing the bidder that was not selected, Utility Solutions LLC, made reference to KSA 13-1017. I wanted to notify the commission and the public that that statute does not apply to the city of Lawrence. The city used its home rule powers and chartered out of that ordinance and instead adopted Charter Ordinance number 45. While it has similar provisions to the state statute, it does allow the governing body to waive the rebidding of a proposal if it exceeds an engineer's estimate. And the action item tonight does call for that waiver. So we are in compliance with our charter ordinance, the law that applies to the city's bidding procedures.
Tony?
Yes.
When did the city of Lawrence exercise that home rule authority?
We recently amended the charter ordinance within the last 2 years. However, we had a prior charter ordinance that had this provision in it, and that has been on the books for many years. Randy and I were discussing it, and I think it was in the 1980s.
So that's a
1984
long period that we've done this
process.
home rule process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for staff?
No. Actually, I do have one for
Okay.
Nick. So that the safety violation, that's an OSHA violation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they have confined space entry permits and certifications?
Yes, they did. They just did not have a gas detector, or they had it previously and it wasn't on site for this one particular instance.
So if there had been an issue and since they violated OSHA requirements, would the city have been liable at that point also?
I don't believe we'd be liable. It'd be under the contractor's insurance, but we don't want any injuries or
Right.
fatalities on any of our projects regardless of who's liable.
Okay.
That's something we strive for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Not at the moment. We'll give you a chance in a minute. Any other questions for staff? Okay,
Thank you, Nick.
thank you. We're going to open this up to public comment. Does anyone from the public like to speak on this matter?
Michael Kelly. I'm retired now, but I formerly worked in the Department of Defense and did oversight of performance of contractors. The one thing that the engineer didn't address, and perhaps it's addressed in the documents, is the epoxy problem that is out for a third-party review that the reports due before the end of the year. Do the other bidders or the recommended bidder, have they solved this epoxy problem by using an alternative material? Or are they also subject to possible material failure if they're going to use the same product but with their employees? So I would ask the engineer to clarify on that exact point. Does the bidder that he recommends and that the staff recommends, is that bidder got a different product that the city has higher confidence in?
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? I'll let you go ahead and make a quick response.
I'll try to be brief.
Yes.
Regarding the comment from the public, my client assures me that the product being used on this particular project is entirely different from the epoxy used on the 2018 project. So that concern has been addressed and shouldn't be at issue at all here. Regarding the charter ordinance number 45 that the city attorney cited to, which she's correct, it was amended in May of 2018. It does allow for home rule for the city of Lawrence to not use KSA 13-1017, I believe. However, it still says that if there is no responsible person who proposes to enter under that estimate, it's not as simple as the city goes, well, we like the person more even though they have more than what we estimated. There still has to be no responsible person with a better or lower bid. Utility Solutions does have a better and lower bid for this project. Regarding the environmental issue that the city engineer brought to your attention, it's my understanding that it was essentially a small pile of concrete that was left on the street temporarily. That was addressed as soon as the concern was mentioned. Regarding the safety issue, as Commissioner Larson addressed, if this was an OSHA violation that the city was concerned with, why wasn't OSHA called out? They never were. There was a difference of opinion amongst the parties as to whether this alleged violation actually took place. And regardless of that, Utility Solutions removed the employee alleged to have committed this violation from the project immediately upon receiving notice that he may or may not have committed this violation. In conclusion, Utility Solutions is more than equipped to perform this job. They're willing to do it for the city of Lawrence for $225,000 less than who the city engineer is proposing. I recommend that you deny the request to go over the bid estimate and choose the lowest bidder, as is traditional in these procurement matters. Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you. See no further public comment. I'll bring it back to the commission for questions or comments.
Can we have Nick answer those charges by the returning?
Yes, so as the gentleman requested about the material, like I said, it's kind of up in the air right now. The failures from last year, if that was caused by the material or the application method. Due to that, we removed the material that was used last year was removed from the specification for this year's project. Last year we used Sherwin-Williams epoxy coating, and it was also an option to use a Raven product. This year we removed Sherwin-Williams as an option, and it was required to use Raven epoxy. It seems that sometime in the last year, Utility Solutions became a certified applicator for Raven, where last year they were not. Let's see, what were some of the other questions? On the safety violation, at the time there was no disagreement as to when the violation occurred. I was told that the employee that committed the violation was laid off due to that, which seems to me to indicate that there was an agreement that it did occur. I don't know if it's prudent that we call OSHA and notify them. Maybe we should on safety violations, but I generally understand that OSHA generally reacts if there is an injury or a death, and not necessarily just hey, 2 days ago this violation occurred. The environmental question, there was several, it is a concrete product, and it was released both on city property and into a stream. There was several, the first couple times it happened, we notified them, don't do this again. Then there was some official documentation and some meetings of why is this continually occurring? I don't think, in my opinion, it's not just a matter of some concrete on the sidewalk or the street. It was a product that was with chemicals that was put into a stream that would be run off and contaminate that stream and downstream surface water.
So when you say it was concrete, it was actually a compound that also had concrete in it?
Yeah, it's a cementitious product which is very similar to concrete, that you coat the interior of an existing manhole, and then you need to wash out your equipment so it doesn't dry into the spraying equipment. So you need to wash that off in a designated location. In this particular instance, it was washed out in an adjacent, easily accessible area.
Okay. Into a creek, did you say?
Yes. So there was several instances where it was discharged on we call it the West 40, but it's the city property behind the fire station on Wakarusa, and then also into Burrows Creek along the trail.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Commission discussion?
Yeah, I'm in favor of following staff's recommendation to award the bid appropriately in accordance with their guidelines. I am concerned about the issues they brought up with the environmental and safety. Those are very serious, regardless of how you want to spin it. It's still very serious violations. And if we have the home rule, as is indicated by Tony, then I'm all in favor of following staff's recommendation. Unfortunately, it will cost us more money, but.
I can support that.
Anything worth doing is worth doing right.
Okay, I look for a motion then.
Let me go back. Okay, I move to waive the bid requirement to rebid number B 1953, awarding bid number B 1953 to Visu Sewer Incorporated, authorizing the city manager to execute the construction contract in the amount of $963,490.32 for the 2019 sanitary manhole rehabilitation project as part of the 2019 Rapid I&I Reduction Program.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Lawson, seconded by Commissioner Shipley. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. B6F. I'm not. Mr. Davidson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Davidson, Explore Lawrence. You're going to be awarding some grants through the Transient Gas Tax Grant Program tonight. I just want to start off by saying marvelous work by staff and the advisory group. Porter put together a really impressive program to work under this, to get the discussions going. He appropriately shut me down when it was necessary, but he did take input from people on the program. So, as I said, we're 5 years into this program. I just want to talk about a few things. So, since this program started, we've awarded $720,000 through the Transient Guest Tax Fund. We've supported 38 organizations that have received funds over the years, and most of them have worked very closely with Explore Lawrence as we could offer services in terms of marketing and recommendations. So we think that has worked really well, and we appreciate that the city has recommended working with us for these grantees. 3 organizations have cycled off getting funds because you receive funds up to 4 years in a row, and then you'd have to take a year off. That was one of the recommendations of the advisory group a couple of years back. So the Buster Festival, Theater Lawrence's holiday program, and the Old Fashioned Christmas Parade all cycled off, so they couldn't apply for funds in this cycle. I'm pleased to say that all of them are going to run their event, so I think that is a strong way that has supported events and hopefully continue to support events. Some of the things we've learned, and one of the hopes was that the transient guest tax fund was going to be replenished to keep this program moving. Well, we realized that to even support just $120,000 this year, normally it's been $150,000, you need to generate $2 million of hotel revenue. That doesn't happen. None of the events can generate anywhere near those kind of funds, so we are pulling funds out of this fund, the Transient Guest Tax Fund, every year to support that program. Now, when we started this, we had a fund balance of over $1.3 million in the Transient Guest Tax Fund. We're projecting this year, or the city's projecting this year, that at the end of the year, the Transient Guest Tax Fund will have a surplus of about $282,000. So it's gone down. This program has not done what we'd hoped to replenish the funds. So as we look forward, I just want us to, hope that the advisory group will look at some other ideas, look at this in a different kind of format moving forward. Some of the ideas that I have is, again, groups cycle off after 4 years, but maybe moving forward, you get a grant, the next year you can't apply. I'm sorry, I went over time.
Okay.
I'll come back to those opinions later, but thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Any questions for Michael?
No.
Any other public comment on this item?
Do you have questions?
Oh, did you-
No, I just
bring
would suggest, I know you have some questions about how transient guest tax work. I wondered if maybe in the future, perhaps before the budget, we would have a longer discussion about how it's gone and give ourselves more time to have that conversation and that we have right now on consent.
So we'll have a chance to talk about this in the budget session, right?
Yeah, I believe that's the process. We'd have a chance to talk about this in the guidelines.
Well,
right?
actually, I think it's just a matter allotting the money. Like this year, we allotted 120, I think it was.
Yeah.
Um,
Or, we could have a session on the program, too.
That's what you'd have to do,
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
because we don't actually talk about that process during the budget.
Well, I'd certainly be interested in talking about the process, and, if we have been doing it now for the 5th year, it's probably a good time to look back and see how it's working and see how it's going forward. It'll be Craig's first year looking at it, and I assume that's something we can put on at the appropriate time, Craig?
Yeah, we can schedule something for this group to talk about, a work session or something like that.
Okay. That's good.
I would support that, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe remember that when we get to that part of the agenda, we can put that on there. But-
We might ask Sherry.
Sherry, did you have a comment?
Did we?
I have it as a follow-up, so we'll make sure we get it on there.
Perfect. Thank you, Sherry.
So I move that we approve the 2020 Transient Guest Tax TGT grant recommendations from the TGT Grant Advisory Board.
Second.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Bully, second by Commissioner Lawson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Public comment. The public is we're moving to public comment now. The public is allowed to speak to any item or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda, after first being recognized by the mayor, or in this case, the vice mayor. Each person shall be limited to 3 minutes for public comment. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, state their name, and address, and then address the commission. And they should address all comments and questions to the commission. Is there anyone here for general public comment? Okay.
Ron Wilson, 627 North, 750 Road, Lawrence, Kansas. I've been here a couple times.
Yes.
A good definition of a lie is, a lie is defined as a statement that one knows to be false with the intent to deceive. My personal comment is if you agree with a lie, you are approving of that lie. Weeks ago, I was told that you would have someone look into a hateful sexual threat made towards me. I have never been contacted by that person, and you have never provided me with a response. What kind of a statement was spoken to me and to the public that is in attendance on that date? As a parent of 2 children and having the honor of being an investigator for the 4th Air Force in Germany for many years, I can tell when a person is lying. It doesn't take me weeks. I did not hesitate when I wrote up a wannabe general during an inspection because I knew he would tell the truth. Facts are facts, lies are lies. Assistant city manager, city attorney, I can't read the other ones because my eyesight's not that good. I hope you can live with your decisions. I don't know your religious beliefs, and I hope your souls do not rot in hell.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, Chris Berger here in Lawrence, work colleague of Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Coming from the library meeting where they had a recent vote just this afternoon or this evening to transfer 2.4% of their budget from a fee structure onto the mill levy, so, and under the full knowledge that they are a taxing authority who tells you how much of a mill that you will issue on their behalf. During that conversation with them, I suggested to them that if they were sincere about removing their fees and making it so that this was, in their belief, not only an inconsequential sum of money, as they stated, but also something that disproportionately affects low-income individuals, then that's something that should be made permanent and not just a temporary shift. Therefore, something to think about, which I'll consider presenting in a more formal fashion. The only authority that they have to issue those fees, because as Commissioner Shipley said, if you're going to do something, you do it right, is under KSA 1228, which allows them to have the power, or actually allows you to have the power, to issue fees for late items or lost items. So a charter ordinance, which would make this a permanent decision on the part of the library and not just a temporary fee shift. So if they're sincere about this, I think they need to do it right and remove the ability through a charter ordinance to assess fees. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Any other general public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. I'm here tonight to talk about the depot. 2 things. One, I believe some of you, probably not the new commissioners, got a letter from North Lawrence Improvement Association, and I will supply you with a letter about repurposing the depot, about putting more history in there of North Lawrence and Jefferson, considering Jefferson and that side of the river was here first before anything was over here, and there's no history of that, and we think the depot would be a good place. That's what the letter was about. The other deal is today is when Explore Lawrence moved out of the depot this year, the city forgot to put up the Christmas lights. We got 2 trees, 2 bushes. And then they tell me, well, we'll do more next year. Well, you know that Mass Street zoning goes all the way to Second and Lyons, and yet we have not received any of the benefits that Massachusetts Street has, including decorating the depot. Now, that might seem pretty petty to you, but it means a lot to the North Lawrence residents. And the other deal is, this is the northern entrance to the city of Lawrence, Kansas. Well, you know where it begins? It begins at 6th and Vermont. It doesn't begin in North Lawrence. And soon there'll be a development behind Johnny's that will definitely encourage that type of notification or whatever to North Lawrence gets recognized. So we'd like to know, you know, what is the, I know you're trying to go with renewable energy. I mean, but we got green generators right over there on that side of the river and one down here, and North Lawrence was big in getting that there. So anyway, we'd like to see the depot with some North Lawrence history in it. The other, we'd like to see some more Christmas lights, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Good evening. I'm Vicki Colley-Akers. I'm past chair of the Tobacco Free Living Committee of Livewell, Douglas County, and I'm here tonight to respectfully request that you consider adding Tobacco 21 to the state legislative agenda that's supported by the city of Lawrence.
Can we're going to bring that up as an agenda item.
Okay,
So the public comment is for the non-agenda item. So if you
Okay.
could hold that thought.
thanks. Sorry
We'll
about that.
definitely hear that. No, that's okay. That's okay. This would just be for items not on the agenda, but understand it's a little confusing, but that's okay. Mr. Flowers?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. The other week, I was driving up Ridge Court around 7 p.m., and a cat ran out in the street, and the truck in front of me ran it over. I pulled over and called 911 to report it. She asked me if it was dead, and I said I thought so, but I felt the cat to make sure. As I felt it, I went ahead and touched its neck, and my heart sank into my stomach as I felt a collar on it. The dispatcher said she would send someone out and I could stay or I could leave. I asked her if I should move the cat out of the street, and she said to leave it there. So I decided to stay so no one else would hit the cat since I was told not to move it. So I waited till the cops showed up. They asked me some questions and then I left. I was hoping they would remove the dead cat. When I drove by later in the early morning hours, the cat had been removed out of the street and placed on the side of the road. I'm guessing removing dead animals is a job animal control does, but since we only have animal control during the day, I'm assuming that's why it was left there all night. Lawrence can do better than this. We either need to have 24-hour animal control, or at night we need to let police do basic jobs that animal control does. What I'd like to see happen in a situation like this is the cops put on some latex gloves, put the dead pet in a large plastic bag and take it somewhere, and have animal control take the dead animal from them when they open. Animals wearing collars are pets, and we should have a higher standard for dealing with pets than we do possums or raccoons. Obviously, the cat belonged to someone. I think it could be traumatic for a child to find his or her beloved pet just lying dead on the side of the road after being run over. I think it would be better for someone to find out through animal control. Maybe there is some sort of argument against this involving disease, but the chances of disease are smaller in pets than in wild animals. Plus, if the officers moved the cat, they were already handling it. How much worse could it be to put it in a plastic bag and take it somewhere? And also, what if something would have happened to the dead body of the cat overnight? Like, for some people, pets are their family, and that it would deserve a proper burial. So, like, making sure they can retrieve the body at a later time is kind of important too. And I might have more to say about this at a later meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general public comment? Seeing none, we'll move into the regular agenda. With the reordered agenda, the first matter, I believe, on the agenda is consider the 2020 City of Lawrence Legislative Priority Statement. Diane?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. So this item before you is an annual item that the City Commission adopts a legislative program. And this statement would outline the general policy statements that the city would like to see in the upcoming legislative session. As you know, there is a legislative breakfast that the chamber sponsors that includes all of the various local government entities on January the 10th. So this document is typically presented at that legislative breakfast that's also attended by the legislators. So you'll see a lot in this document that is similar to this last year's platform. We haven't made a great number of changes to it. One thing that I would note is that there's a section that deals with the state sales tax, and it refers to the Governor's Council on Tax Reform. And I would like to indicate my understanding. I haven't seen the full report, but I know that the Governor's Council has made its recommendations, and I don't see anything in the current recommendations that would call for a reduction of or an impact, negative impact on cities that relate to sales tax. And so that may be something that we might want to consider amending in that particular paragraph. Otherwise, staff is here to take any direction that you all have with regard to any changes that you would like to see in this draft document.
Seeing Commissioner have questions for staff at the moment?
I think we had talked about the T21, didn't we?
Yeah.
Adding that was, okay.
Okay. If we don't have any questions, we'll open up to public comment and then bring it back to the Commission
you.
for discussion. So we'll open this up to public comment. Any member of the public can come up, sign in, and you have 3 minutes to present your topics. You'll be there in a sec.
Do I have Elmo on now? Almost?
It just takes a second.
Oh, okay. Before you start the clock, I just want to go over the email that I sent to provide some transparency, which is not part of my testimony. So I'll speak fast. Yeah. Or maybe not. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's
You'll
not
start the clock.
that important. I'll just go back to this. Okay. Good evening, Vice Mayor, new commissioners, and, well, I guess you're both. And welcome back, all commissioners and staff. I'm Melinda Henderson, and I live in Brook Creek. This is something that has kind of become a tradition for me. In addition to trying to pay close attention to what goes on down here at City Hall and sometimes down at the county courthouse, I also try to monitor the legislature from January through May or June, depending on when they can get through. So I've made suggestions in the past, and I have 5 to submit to you tonight. I emailed you all, and they're in the packet material as well. Regarding the Governor's Council on Tax Reform, you're correct. They've decided, basically, let's just not mess with the sales tax right now anywhere, especially on food. And that's something that we had requested in the past. But this year, what they're looking at doing is a food sales tax rebate, which we used to have until, oh gosh, I think it was like 2012 when they took that away. And they just let you apply credit to your bottom line. That wasn't great. So now they'd like to bring back the food sales tax rebate for the low-income people. So I think that would be great to support. Also, I don't even know how many of you realize, there used to be this really great statute that used to be followed called the local ad valorem tax reduction. And every year, the state would return 3.63% of the sales tax to the cities and the counties, which was supposed to help us keep our taxes down. And every year, the legislature would say, we need that many. And they would just say, we're not going to follow that this year. So this was a great recommendation by the Tax Council, and I would like to see support for that. And I spoke about the sales tax holiday last year. Missouri has one, I think, for back to school. And a lot of people were concerned that, oh gosh. Okay.
Thank you.
You've
Can I just
submitted, yeah, you've submitted
finish
your
my
document.
thought on this? So a lot of people were concerned about we might lose local sales tax. So if they do create something like this, make sure, we want to ask them, please let cities opt in to participating.
Perfect.
And then the other two,
We got you, we've got it.
right,
Yeah, we
so if you
appreciate
have
that.
any questions,
We'll let you know.
I would be happy to stand
Yes. And thank you
for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for submitting those in advance, so we did have a chance
Yeah.
to read them, so thank you.
Okay, and I appreciate the opportunity. This was due to a health issue that I needed to move it up, so thank you.
No problem, appreciate that. Now you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to just speak for a moment, and thank you also for your willingness to consider adding T21 to the
Go ahead and say your name again, just
I'm
since we're...
sorry. I'm Vicki Callie-Akers, past chair of the Tobacco Free Living Committee.
Thank you.
We would be so grateful to add Lawrence to the growing movement of communities across the state supporting Tobacco 21, as well as state-level legislation. As we've heard in our own community, vaping and e-cigarette use are reaching epidemic levels. And this really, T21 responds clearly, directly, and decisively to that particular issue. And we do not want to miss an opportunity to express support for a critical, evidence-based policy that would have enormous positive impact on the health of Lawrencians as well as Kansans. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
I'm Chris Flowers, and I'm adamantly against T21. If we do anything about adding tobacco, why does it have to be T21? Why can it not be let the school board address the issues? Why can it not be have vape sniffing dogs at schools? I mean, Tobacco 21 is not the only answer to the vaping situation. And if we have a priority statement that involves tobacco, why can't it just be find a way to cut back on teen vaping and not necessarily Tobacco 21. So, I mean, there are alternatives to Tobacco 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on the legislative priorities? Seeing none, I'd bring it back to the commission for comments, discussion, suggestions. Anyone have any?
I'd like to add Tobacco 21 to the legislative priorities.
Okay.
I'd also like to expand what we have in the area of capers, because our bond advisor, Mr. Hart, Benjamin Hart, advised us that one of our significant challenges in our bond rating was our unfunded pension liability that, is a direct result of what's happened at the state. So we talk in our statement about the impact with our, employees. I'd also like to add something about our bond, our bond rating. And I'm hoping that staff would be able to, figure out something appropriate to put in there on that.
Would that be under the keepers,
Under the
part?
capers,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm fine
Let
with
me
that.
ask that question. Assuming there might be some changes this evening, would we anticipate that being worked on by staff and then bringing it back at the first meeting in January? I think there's one meeting before the legislative priorities breakfast, I believe. Or is the intent to try to write it up here tonight?
Well, I mean, we'd always rather have time to craft it. But if there's a general consensus, we could recirculate it, and if there were no objections to it, we wouldn't need to bring it back to you for discussion. If there's pretty strong consensus, I think we're just recapturing your intent in the language of that document.
Okay. I mean, I do have a few items I want to bring up here, so let's just try and gauge where we're heading with it. So,
Well, I mean, I think if you refer to the comments that Mr. Hart made at our meeting, it's pretty clear the impact that this has on our credit rating.
I'd certainly support, adding something about capers in there, and I also support the T21 edition.
Okay. I do too. I'm fine with that.
You're supportive of both of those?
Is it all right for us to support that, even though we haven't really voted on it in a separate area?
Well, just in general. Oh,
Okay.
supporting the legislative priorities, even though we
Yeah,
haven't adopted ourselves?
Even though we haven't discussed it at our.
Right.
I would think so. I mean, certainly, someone could take the position that we shouldn't do it at a city level, but the state should do it. I mean, you could take that position, so I don't think they're incongruent with each other. I would think that's fine. Do you have comments on those?
Not on those.
Okay. Do you have comments on some other priority positions?
Yeah, well, also, but I think both of them I would just want to hear from the other commissioners. I think Commissioner Larson had supported the Indigenous Peoples HB 2009 in the past. For myself, I know that we've made declarations here twice, haven't we? Or I didn't know if you felt like it wasn't useful here since it kind of didn't go very far this last year, or if you had any feelings about that.
No, I think it needs to stay in.
Okay.
Definitely stay in.
Okay.
And I testified at the State House last year, or maybe the year before,
Uh-huh.
on this issue, and obviously it didn't gain any traction by anybody up there. So I think we just need to keep hammering away at it.
But is that in the statement as it exists today, or are you saying
No.
add that?
I thought it was left out,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to, I didn't know if it was because I just wanted to check with you.
Yeah.
Would you support adding that?
Yeah, I would
Commissioner
support
Lawson?
that, yeah.
Okay.
And the other one was and unfortunately, he wasn't able to come to our meeting and discuss it a little more, so I would like to know more about it, but I think someone who probably would know a lot about it would be Commissioner Booley, which would be Senator Holland's SB 104 homestead property tax raise.
Yeah.
I'd have to ask staff if that's a contradiction to what's in the
Yeah.
League of Municipalities statement. I believe it's opposed to what they've put in theirs. And if we do it, I think we need to have that acknowledgement.
I don't know that I know enough about those. I can research that. I don't know if Tony knows that answer offhand either, but something we could look into.
Yeah, I think the league is somewhat opposed to it because it
I think
limits
that's correct.
local taxing authority at the
Yeah.
state level and can impact the funding that goes to the local level. So I think
Right.
the league has,
So I think we should research that and make sure. And we don't have to agree with the league. I'm not saying we do, but I think we need to know going in that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's what I knew he would, I knew he would know. Thank you.
I have a couple I want to throw out there. One, I would support adding something to the sales tax section that talks about efforts to reduce the burden of sales tax on low-income residents. Whether or not we support the exact language, I had proposed inserting a language at the end of that section that says, however, the city does support efforts to reduce the burden of the sales tax on groceries for low-income residents.
Would that be under the state sales tax?
State sales tax, just to add a
Paragraph?
sentence to that.
Yeah. That would be fine.
So that the food sales tax rebate would be one of those possibilities?
It'd be one of the possibilities. But instead of picking a specific one, it'd be
Yeah, okay.
just considering that. And I think as Ms. Stoddard said, I think we could change the wording a little bit about the Governor's Council's recommendations since they're already out. I mean, clean that up.
Yeah.
The two other ones, if you'd indulge, well, three other ones, I guess. The alternate property valuation, which is in the section right under sales tax on page 2. I happen to do this area for a living, and I don't really support the wording, the way it's written there. Certainly the intent is that we have, especially some of the larger jurisdictions, but it's affected Douglas County as well, we're having some issues with big box valuation methods. But I would strike the final sentence in what, the City of Lawrence supports legislation, and I didn't like the way that was described, so I would say the City of Lawrence supports legislation adding language to the current state law that, quote, fair market value, end quote, for non-agricultural properties does not include a hypothetical lease fee. That language comes from the County Appraisers Association, and it is what the County Appraiser Associations are putting out, asking their counties and cities to support.
Okay.
And it's just adding this hypothetical lease fee language. And that's a little different than what they have here, which is, use the three methods of valuation. I would strike that and use this different language.
So how is that different than what's written? What does that do?
Well, we could get pretty boring here, but I could, really, the Board of Tax Appeals does use all three methods of valuation: cost minus depreciation, sales comparison, income approach. I think what this language, when it was written last year, the Board of Tax Appeal had issued a decision that said, it was a case out of Johnson County, where it wasn't clear that they were going to support the cost method, which is what Johnson County relied on, and they went with Johnson County relied on the cost method. BOTA said no to the cost method, and then adopted the taxpayers' version of the income approach. Since then, BOTA has come out with two different decisions, and the Court of Appeals have come out with a decision, all which relate to the hypothetical lease fee as the basis for what we call the black box theory, which is basically devaluing large boxes. Johnson County's been hit really hard by it, and Wichita's been hit pretty hard. Douglas County's done pretty well because when we've had stores go empty, they've been filled. With the Hy-Vee going empty, if it sits empty for a while, that could cause us some problems in the long run. If it flips over, we should be in pretty good shape. But I took that language from the county's County
Okay.
Appraisers Association. I think we could book that in.
Well, I appreciate your work on that.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay, one more, keep indulging me. Well, I said one more, two more. Okay, one, I do think we've included that in the legislative priority. It seems like to me we should support that. It seems other counties have received that funding, and I don't know why we wouldn't
Yeah,
echo that support.
I think that's a good suggestion.
So my proposed language, and this is in the mental health issue and expansion of Medicaid section at the bottom of page 3, I would just add a sentence that said, "The city strongly supports Douglas County's request for funding for the Crisis Center portion of the Treatment and Recovery Campus of Douglas County," which mirrors the county's language.
That sounds good.
Okay, now my last one. We have in the transportation section that, about the South Lawrence Trafficway, that it currently says, "The city does not, however, support the use of a toll road as a means to fund this expansion." When we wrote, this is what it said last year, and I think generally speaking, most people are against the idea of a toll road, but during the last legislative session, they passed a new law that said the current capacity could not be tolled, and only new lanes or new capacity could be tolled, which means that, you know, the current lanes of the portion of the SLT could not be tolled at all, which I know local access, we would not want that most likely. But there's a lot of discussion going on about additional capacity, and of course, there's a study going on right now to look at all the options. It just seems a little premature to me to have such a strong statement. I think I would certainly support language that talked about, limited, supporting the state statute that no tolling of local access, but no toll road. And again, I just thought maybe that's one of the things being looked at, and I just thought it might be premature to rule that out, but I don't know how others feel. Maybe you feel strongly about it.
So, you're saying a law was just passed this last session to allow for just a tolling of newer sections? Because I
Yeah.
thought we had a meeting with the secretary, Brandon, but that was not true, that they would have to toll the entire road. Do you remember that?
The Department of Transportation.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I was in that meeting with you, actually.
okay.
We did meet, and I'll let Craig or Diane speak to this, but we did meet with the deputy secretaries just a couple months ago and discussed this very matter.
So we had a meeting with EDC, I think it was, and we went around with the Secretary of Transportation and talked about the different options.
I think, Commissioner, there was some confusion about some of that initially.
Yeah.
But our understanding is that now the legislation does say, as Vice Mayor indicated,
Okay.
that any tolls wouldn't apply to existing
Okay, good.
roadways, only new capacity.
Okay, that'd be great, then, yeah, because I had understood it from the secretary at that time. This was months ago, though.
Yes,
so-
it was.
So by removing that statement, we wouldn't be saying that we support the use of toll road, we just would be silent on it.
That's right.
Okay.
That's
And leave
fine.
the option under. There's a study going on now that, the environmental impact statement, they're looking at a couple different alternatives. Just seems premature to knock one of the alternatives out at this point.
Yeah, if there's the law there that protects us, that's great.
So those are my changes. Sorry that took so
That's
long.
fine.
Yeah.
Any other changes? Craig, how do you propose with, now that I've said so many different things? how would
Yeah,
you
I think there's enough modification that we probably need to go ahead and draft and some of these revisions and additions and bring it back to you for formal consideration. And Mayor Nanda would be with us then, too. It's probably important that we get her looped in.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then we'd still have a meeting before the legislative breakfast, right? So we could,
January 7th.
okay,
Okay, we'll have it on your next agenda
thank
in
you.
the new year.
Any other comments before we leave that item?
Nope.
Thank you for indulging me on
Sure.
those items. Okay, regular agenda item 2, that used to be 1, receive a recommendation from the Sustainability Advisory Board to adopt a policy via an ordinance to achieve the use of 100% clean renewable energy.
right, good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jasmine Moore, the Sustainability Director for the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. So I'm going to give a little bit of background about this recommendation and then turn it over to Jackie Carroll, who is the Chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board, which is the recommending body that is bringing this recommendation forward. So energy is a topic that the Sustainability Advisory Board has been talking about for years. And it was in May of this year, 2019, that the Sustainability Advisory Board voted on making 100% renewable energy one of their priorities for their work. So in May, a subcommittee was formed to work on this issue, and over the last several months, that group has developed this recommendation before you today. This was voted on at the November Sustainability Advisory Board meeting, and so now is your opportunity to hear that directly from the board and ask any questions that you have. Just as a summary of the recommendation that's included in your packet, it's to establish some timelines for achieving 100% renewable energy for municipal operations, as well as community-wide, which would mean the whole city of Lawrence, for 100% renewable electricity, as well as looking beyond that to additional energy sectors, including natural gas, looking at fleet and other energy sources. So let me see if there's any other pieces here. I did get some new information just as of yesterday about what it would cost if we were to opt into 100% renewable energy for all of city operations through the current offerings through Evergy. So I can include that now, or do you? Okay, so I'll just talk through that now. So Evergy responded to a request for what it would cost to opt into their current wind subscription or solar subscription. And if we wanted to do that as a city, for the cost for getting all of our city operations on wind at 100% subscription, that would cost an additional $7,000 a month. If we were opt-in to their solar subscription, we would be able to offset about 5% of our energy, not 100%, and that would cost about $10,000 additional per month. There is some information within the recommendation when it comes to fiscal impact. That includes some information about the direct renewable participation agreement that was available last year, and we hope will be available again through Evergy, and that would have been a savings of about $115,000 a year. So just to provide a little more context of what the available options are currently through Evergy. So with that, I will turn it over to Jackie Carroll, who will present the recommendation.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to open this up really quickly so everyone can follow along. Okay, like Jasmine said, my name is Jackie Carroll, and I serve as Chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board. Most of you have heard from me more times than I anticipated this year, and for that reason, I'm incredibly proud of all the members of SAB and the work that's been put in. And congratulations to our new commissioners as well. We look forward to working with all of you. I said this at our last presentation here, and I will offer it to you again. I encourage you to listen with some optimism tonight, as this would be a very positive step for the entire Lawrence community. I'm not going to walk through our entire support document that was included in the agenda materials. First, I'll review the recommendation in full with some comments. I'll revisit the conclusion of that document, and then I'll close with just a few additional comments. So, the recommendation. We voted unanimously at our November meeting to recommend that the Commission adopt a policy via an ordinance to achieve use of 100% clean renewable energy according to the following. By 2025 for electricity in municipal operations, 2040 for all energy sectors in municipal operations, 2035 for electricity community-wide, and 2050 for all energy sectors community-wide. These dates were informed by both Sierra Club's Ready for 100 framework for setting goals for renewable energy, as well as the analysis of other similarly sized communities' commitments. They are not overly ambitious in comparison to the other cities by any means. Specifically, this policy should be informed by the following. 1, given the short municipal time frame, the budget should begin to reflect the economic investment in the plan as soon as possible. 2, participate in the direct renewable participation service agreement from Evergy as soon as possible. Staff should reach out frequently to express the desire to sign on rather than waiting for the utility to offer. This is the same program that Jasmine just referenced, and it was the offer from then Westar to sign on to 100% wind for 20 years that didn't end up making it to the commission to consider before the deadline. The city is on Evergy's list of interested customers for that program, though. 3, prioritize the following. A, energy reductions and increasing energy efficiency. I can't emphasize enough how important this point is. One of the fundamentals of planning for renewable energy is reducing energy use in the first place. The city made great strides in this area with the FCIP project, Facilities Conservation Improvement Program, that upgraded nearly 40 buildings to improve energy efficiency, and it would need to continue these efforts as an integral piece of any renewables plan. B, truly clean renewable energy, wind, solar, geothermal, hydro. C, equity, affordability, and access for all members of the community, prioritizing low-income communities, environmental justice communities, and those burdened by the fossil fuel industry. We know that climate change will impact vulnerable and marginalized folks first and worst. Any program that does not consider their best interest is not just. 4, annual review and adjustment of goal-fulfilling projects and financing to ensure goal achievement. Technology is changing quickly. The science is being updated frequently, mostly to say that it's getting worse quicker than anticipated. And the recommended timelines are short enough that reviewing progress annually will help to prevent last-minute, potentially unfeasibly more expensive course corrections. I'm sorry, I skipped. No, I didn't. Okay, 5, all energy sectors includes, but is not necessarily limited to, electricity, heating and cooling, and transportation. 6, acknowledgement that some municipalities within the U.S. and globally will have to take on more than their fair share to compensate for those who do not adequately act. And that's not to say that this commitment would be taking on more than the city's fair share, but that this lens should influence how boldly we take action. 7, a transparent and inclusive planning and implementation process that ensures community members and local businesses have many convenient opportunities to participate. As plans for community renewables are crafted, it's going to be absolutely necessary to include stakeholders to ensure both an equity approach and to achieve a higher level of buy-in, which will increase the likelihood of success for these projects. 8, via one of the following, identify a realistic implementation/transition plan to achieve the goals by the deadlines. A, the creation of a task force, which would inherently be temporary, or B, as a piece of the climate protection plan update. I believe the action in front of you tonight lays out a couple options. Our preference would be for option number 1, where you direct staff to draft an ordinance and then subsequently develop a plan of action through one of these means. 9, a commitment to advocate for policies or regulations at the state, regional, and/or federal level that aid the city's transition to renewable energy. I know this is something that you just discussed, so I don't know how malleable it is at this moment. And based on what is available online right now, it looks like there are already a couple of legislative priorities around energy, and an additional review should result in recommendations for the removal of barriers to renewables, implementation of incentives for renewables, and lifting any caps on specific sources of renewable energy. I will revisit the conclusion of the document now. Okay. It's clear from the many tools that Lawrence uses to guide its future and benchmark progress on sustainability that setting a 100% renewable energy goal is in line with the spirit of the city and its vision for the future. There are seemingly infinite combinations possible to achieve the 100% renewable goal. The next time a program like the Direct Renewables Participation Service Agreement is available from Evergy, the city could achieve 100% renewable energy for all municipal electricity at a cost savings. That's a bit counter to the usual assumption that renewable energy always comes with a huge premium and that it's slow to achieve. Fortunately, cities that commit to 100% renewable energy don't have to know exactly how to achieve it before passing a resolution. This is evident from the many cities that have included in their resolutions that transition plans will be completed in the near future. SAB's recommendation does not include a feasibility study for this reason. This document has shown that it is feasible. Next, we must commit, then develop a plan for achieving it. While it is positive that state legislation conducive to a renewables heavy portfolio is likely forthcoming, and that Climate Action KC will be releasing their playbook soon, they've actually released it today, but I'll touch on that in a moment, and that the city is revising the Climate Protection Plan next year, these are not excuses for Lawrence to wait, simply another piece of evidence that the goal will be achievable. If we waited for the perfect opportunity with the perfect information, we would be acting far too late. This is further an opportune time to pass the resolution due to the city's budget allocation to the Climate Protection Plan update for 2020. Several resources are already falling into place to contribute to updating the plan. It's entirely reasonable to include a 100% clean, renewable energy transition plan within the work of the Climate Plan update to efficiently leverage those resources. It's prudent to analyze barriers and potential unintended consequences of any policy adoption. It may be difficult to achieve this goal, and while the obvious intent is to stay on track, there are no direct penalties or repercussions for not achieving the goal. However, it's necessary in this time to take bold action in order to achieve our best. Lawrence is small on the global scale, but we still have to do our part. And I'm going to touch on the playbook right now that was released by Climate Action KC today. I believe you all have a copy that was passed out before the meeting. I'm just going to list off a few of the electricity generation ideas that were a result of that playbook. The very first one is Join Renewables Direct Program, and that's the program that Jasmine and I already touched on from Evergy that would put Lawrence at 100% renewable wind energy for all electricity at a cost savings. They also have adopt solar-friendly codes and permitting practices, solar-ready roofs, on-site solar generation, bulk purchase programs, and biogas generator at wastewater plants and landfills. In closing, I want to acknowledge the quick turnaround on this recommendation. I thank our Sustainability Director, Jasmine Moore, and staff for this reaching you all with an accompanying action item on the agenda before the end of the year. And although the timeline has been quick, I do not believe it is sidestepping parts of the process, and it isn't premature in relation to the climate plan update next year. The city already set its greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. This is just following through. Lawrence is on track for those goals right now, but that progress is primarily attributed to Evergy's renewable portfolio increases rather than intentional action on the city's part. To stay on track, a policy like this is both necessary and not enough. We will have to do this and more, either now or later at a higher cost. Thank you.
The questions for
I have a couple of,
Sab or Jasmine at the moment?
I have a couple of questions, or just comments, I should say. So I read through the document that you presented, and under recommendations, a couple of those bullet points was for by 2035 for electricity community-wide. When you say community-wide, do you mean that the entire city of Lawrence, including all residential, commercial, industrial,
Yes.
Private properties, is that correct?
Yes.
Along with the municipality?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Just want to make sure. So I do want to point out, and I know you're well aware of this, but just kind of what a heavy lift that's going to be.
Mhm.
If you turn to page 15 of your document, can you scroll up?
Yeah.
There it is. There you go, that, I don't know if you can, yeah. So that pie chart there kind of, it shows how much electricity consumption by commercial, residential, industrial, and municipal, as well as street and highway lighting. If you will notice, the first three of those is the commercial, residential, and industrial. If you add those up, that's 96.7% of electricity consumption is by a private industry, or residential properties. So by us converting as a city to renewable energy, which I'm all for, I think everybody knows that, that really only represents 2.9% of the electricity consumption in our entire city. Is that correct?
Municipal is 2.9, correct, yeah.
2.9%. So that's something that we at City Hall here can control and we can work with. But to get 96.7% of the entire city to do that lift with us, that's going to be quite a tug, I think. And so I'm concerned that with our goals, those are pretty lofty goals to try to get that all through. Because right now, from what I read in the report, there's about 10% of our residents that are connected to that 100% wind option that you can do right now, that every residential property can do right now. Is that correct?
Approximately, I think it was 10% are bought in some form to renewable energy that we can track.
Yeah, right now, yeah, it's about 10%. So we've got, let's see, let me find it here. There were like 48,000 residential properties, and about 4,800 of those are actually 100% wind.
Yeah.
So that's about 10%. So we still need about 90% of households in Lawrence to go on the Evergy website and commit to 100% wind energy. Is that correct?
That's one avenue. I believe the recommendation for having a plan, a transition plan done after this would be voted on would help us determine how to achieve that. That would be one way, but there's other ways to support it.
Okay. So I think some of those I read was actually to build separate, be it solar or wind energy, and actually have separate facilities to actually supply the electricity. Is that correct? Is that some of those ways?
That could be included too, yes.
Okay. Okay. I just thought it was interesting. I didn't realize that much of our electricity was consumed by basically all the residents in Lawrence, and it really, as far as the city goes, we're only 2.9% of that pie. So I'm committed to doing it, obviously, but I do think we've got a heavy lift to get other consumers to join us in that effort.
It will definitely take a strategic approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Other questions at the moment? Thank you. We might have some later. We'll now open it up to public comment. As with all the items, please come up, state your name, sign in, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Otten, and I live in the Brook Creek area. I'm also a member of the Sunrise Movement in Lawrence. This is my first time speaking in front of the commission, so be nice. I think this proposal is well-researched, and it fits in with the other commitments the city has made, like committing to the principles of the Paris Climate Agreement. In fact, I like it so much that I think we should try to reach the goals outlined by this policy a little faster. Likewise, Climate Action KC believes as much as well. They recently came out with their 2020 legislative platform, and their first point here, and I'm going to read it real quick. We strongly support the efforts to generate 100% of our state's electricity needs with renewable energy. We support a strong, clean energy export market with Kansas's ability to lead in wind and solar power, along with its relatively low population. We think this is achievable by 2030. I agree with them. So I think 2025 for municipal electricity, and then 2030 for the rest of Lawrence, and the state is a realistic goal. We don't want to be lagging behind energy innovation. In fact, we can show the rest of the country that if our little Midwestern city can go renewable, so can they. We can, and so we must, lead the country in going renewable as quickly as possible. Thank you, Jackie Carroll, and the rest of the Sustainability Advisory Board for the work that you put into this proposal. And thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Fine.
Michael's done this before, I think.
Good evening, good. This is the advantages of having electrical technology. I will be brief. I occasionally am reminded...
Can you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Joe Douglas, and I live at 2804 Oxford Road.
Thank you, Joe.
And occasionally I'm reminded that I am getting old, and actually I'm old enough to remember some of World War II. I remember ration cards. I remember many parents, mostly fathers, away, sometimes for years. Limitations in travel, there was scarcity in a lot of things. The world was facing a threat to our entire civilization, and we came together, worked together, and made sacrifices fairly willingly. And now again, we're in a position of facing a worldwide threat that I think is the greatest that we have had since the time of what seemed like imminent nuclear war. And that went on for an awful long time. But climate change, the multitude of effects of global warming are the most pressing problem that our civilization is facing, that the world is facing. Tragically, the United States government is not providing leadership on this issue. It's up to all the rest of us. It's up to each state, each county, each city, each business, each person to do what we can to make the changes that are necessary, and yes, to make the sacrifices that are necessary. And I think it's obvious that any one of us, any state, any county, any family, cannot do enough to make a big difference. It has to be something that we do together. And we can't allow this fact to serve as an excuse for not doing all we can. We just simply, all of us have to do what we can and at whatever cost, I think, at this point. Because as was said, the cost is going to be bigger if we get around to it later. So I'm very proud of the things that the city has done up till now in aiming toward a state of sustainable energy and zero CO2 emissions, and I will be prouder still of every advance we make toward the goals presented to you this evening. I really appreciate your support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. As the next speaker comes up, Mayor, welcome. We had moved the legislative priorities up to agenda item 1, and so we're now on, obviously, the Sustainability Advisory public comment after the presentation. So I will hand you the gavel and pass it on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for letting me be here tonight. I didn't intend to visit. My name is Matt Bellamere, for the record, and full disclosure, I work for a solar power company here in town. But in the work that's been done here, also a resident for 25 years, so I really feel positive about the steps that have been made in the last 2 to 3 years. I do want to encourage the city to really look at rooftop solar for the buildings in your portfolio that makes sense before you go out and spend a bunch of money with Evergy and their solar farm or their wind farms and buy their power. Generating power at the source where it's being utilized is the most efficient way to do it. You're buying solar power from a Hutchinson solar farm. By the time that energy is generated and used and gets to where its end user is, parasitic loss happens. It's really not quite as efficient as at the end of the day as putting it on a rooftop. And not every roof is great for it, but I would really encourage you in developing this plan to take a look at certain projects within the city's portfolio of buildings that might be beneficial to such a system versus going through Evergy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you again for the opportunity. Some of you, you're not as familiar with me maybe as others are, but I represent Lettuce Lawrence Ecology Teams United in Sustainability. We are an interfaith group of Jewish, Muslim, Protestant, Catholic, Unitarian Universalist green teams that have come together in terms of advocating an eco-justice presence in the city. And we went to every one of the comprehensive planning times that we discussed with them, and would like to say that we were helpful in moving that number 6, which was the environment, up to number 2, which is the first one on the planning as far as the guidelines for development of the city. And that's probably going to be the most difficult thing for the heavy lifting, is how do you protect that plan, which is in effect guidelines which turn out to be sometimes flexible, particularly when you will receive pressure, because the past has been the case, is that development has differences of opinion about how you go about that. We supported infill, and there is an undertow in the city not to support the infill. We are committed to that, and we pledge in a small way to advocate and to educate the faith communities in supporting this, because it is essential given the emergency that we have with our general infrastructure of the city. So we have already gone on and registered ourselves in other areas. We are in support of what you have indicated here. I don't need to bring it up on the screen or anything, but we are committed to, which the city has also done here, or at least suggested, Climate Action Kansas City. You're not alone. We have a lot of help there. We have, as Lettuce, have also signed on with the Climate and Health Declaration, which others are doing as well. I commend the Sustainability Advisory Board. It's hard work they've done, and we will continue to be here and advocate, and also to watch and see if the pressure that's being brought to bear, and will be brought to bear, in terms of enforcing and encouraging these guidelines have been established for a comprehensive plan for the city. So thank you very much for your time. I'm Thad Holcomb. I live at 1817 Leonard in the Barker neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Thad.
Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement Association. Renewable energy, green energy. Well, I haven't heard anybody talk about the 2 power plants that are on the river down here. 2 are power plants. One of them's been there since 1890-something, Bowersock. The other one's been there for just about 10 years now. North Lawrence Improvement Association was a big help in getting that power plant established. And you know, at the time that power plant was coming, and might say without funding from residents here, it was all done with federal money. And matter of fact, about $25 million. But anyway, that power was offered to the city. That power was all, that green power, that green energy off that river was offered to the city. The city declined it, did not want it. And right now, what those 2 power plants goes to the Legends in Kansas City, Kansas. That's where that power goes. And it could have been right here. It used to be in the 40s, 50s, and even before that, until this power plant was built. This power plant right down here, Hills Power Plant, Bowersock, used to power North Lawrence. We used to have better electricity than there was on this side of the river. Well, when Westar Energy came along, Evergy, or what the hell you want to call it, they cut that power off and they had to join the grid. And so this new plant was built, and like I say, that power was offered to the city of Lawrence, and the city of Lawrence denied it, didn't want it. So, but Sarah Hill Nelson wanted to keep the power in Kansas, so it goes to the Legends. So it's right underneath your nose here, right here. Now just look out the window. It's generating electricity right now, going to Kansas City right now. So, you know, you cut your nose off, spite your face.
Thanks, Ted.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Penny Von Auken. I'm representing the Water Advocacy Team. I can't imagine anyone who would oppose the general concepts of this recommendation, at least if they understand the implications of climate change, unless they think the plan is too modest. For how can we intentionally sit by and let our very life support be destroyed and that of our children? You know, the concept of climate change is not new. I was teaching this to my high school science students in the early 1970s. And the predictions of the 70s have now become the reality of the 2019-2020s. For example, the weather events have become more frequent and extreme. The floodings, the hurricanes, the wildfires. Oceans are becoming more salty, they're becoming warmer, and they are rising, inundating land masses. We're losing our biodiversity. Since 1970, we have lost 50% of our insects. You notice you no longer have insects on your windshield of your car. Or if you turn on your night lights, you know, your porch lights, you go out, you no longer have insects out there. During that same period, we've lost 29% of our birds. These are not trivial events. They are signals of ecosystem collapse. We're also seeing increases in food shortages, immigration, poverty, and climate change-related deaths. The Sustainability Advisory Board has done their due diligence. They proposed a reasonable path forward. Those who would say it's too expensive have no idea of the cost of ignoring climate change. I urge you to adopt these recommendations, for if not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you, Penny.
Just real quick, can you tell me, you said the Water Advocacy Team?
Water Advocacy Team.
What is that? I don't know
We're a
what that is.
group of people, Thad Holcomb is part of it,
Oh, part of,
who, it's a Lawrence-based group that advocates for the education and protection of anything involving our waterways.
okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Ananda and Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman, and I'm with the Sustainability Action Network. To avoid the potential climate collapse that was addressed in the United Nations 2018 report, no more than 420 gigatons of carbon can be added to the atmosphere. It's called the carbon budget. In 2020, that budget number is down to 336 gigatons and will be surpassed in 8 years unless immediate reversal steps are taken. The data projections as far back as the 1980s or even 70s, even from fossil fuel companies, has been accurate. Present-day evidence of climate disruption is clear. The more extreme disasters manifesting in the Midwest are tornadoes and floods. 2018 was the wettest year ever, with the Kansas River at flood stage continuously. but ultimately it will be drought resulting in crop failures in the Midwest. The response we are asking the you is to adopt this 100% renewable energy ordinance and plan. You may agree with the data, and you may see that the plan is adequate response, but most likely, you are asking yourselves, what will be the fiscal cost? And in your job, that is the right question to be asking. Let me put it this way. What will the cost of inaction be? Excuse me, timeout. Is that on? Oh, it's not working?
Technology is a wonderful thing when it works.
If it's not, I'll just describe it.
Hang on, let me
as-
just see. This cable has been acting
This is a
finicky.
chart from the EPA fourth national assessment in 2017 of all the various costs projected to 2090 in all sectors, not just weather. But I'll continue with my statement while Hillary works on that. According to the Union of Concerned Scientists, the number of oceanfront homes at risk from chronic flooding is projected to climb to 2.4 million, worth $912 billion by the end of the century. Wildfires in California alone have cost billions. Floods and drought are bankrupting farmers and making our food more expensive. But look to the insurance industry, whose business is risk management. The largest reinsurance firm in the world, Munich Re, has reported that global insurance losses from weather-related claims jumped from the annual $10 billion during the 1980s to $50 billion this decade each year. They warned that if climate disasters continue to worsen, all insurance will become prohibitively expensive for most people. A 2017 EPA climate assessment projected the losses from all sectors, the chart that I have, would rise to hundreds of billions by 2090.
Thank you, Michael.
At the very least, Lawrence has now experienced losses from accelerated pavement damages, as Mr. Wagner has pointed out. When insurance becomes prohibitively expensive here, that's going to put a major crimp in our real estate market.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Matthew Dunn. I live at 5555 West 6th Street. I'm also with the Sunrise Movement. So rather than procrastinating like a normal KU student during finals week, I'm here instead because this is in many ways actually more important than the finals that KU students are taking right now, because this affects our future. So the Sunrise Movement, as some of you know, is a youth-led coalition fighting for, albeit granted, ambitious climate action targets. So that includes plans like this that is being put forward by the Sustainability Advisory Board. The unfortunate thing is that we have 10 years, according to the IPCC report. So that is 10 years to reduce our emissions, to prevent catastrophic climate disaster, frankly. And Sunrise Movement is all, the way to address this is comprehensive and through an environmental justice lens, as the plan also mentions. So this plan will be extremely effective and will help not only the KU students, but all the future residents of Lawrence. And by playing our small part here, we'll be helping people around the world. So just wanted to state my support in favor of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I just want to say I support this. Basically, I want to address the part about the the residential use and how, I guess, most of the energy is residential use, that I'm a renter and about half of the town are renters. So I was just thinking if the city could like specifically go after the large apartment complexes, that could equal like 20% of the population, maybe 30%. I mean, there are thousands of people living at Meadowbrook. So I would just, as you go forward with this, just think about how can we get these major apartment complexes in our town to switch to renewable energy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey y'all, David Collins here. I'm a preschool teacher. Address. 4016 Overland Drive. Anyway, a little nervous, don't like speaking in front of people, but really quick, I'm just gonna say I'm in favor of this proposal, policy. I think it's wonderful. I'd love to see those opportunities for the community to participate and give their input and collaboration with all of the environmental organizations here in Lawrence. And I'd love to see some fund, or if there's a budget to help implement these policies, particularly helping lower income families, get solar panels on the roofs, if there could be some fund to subsidize that or make it free for certain families that the community could donate to. Some people don't like paying taxes because they don't know what it's going towards, but if we could have a way for the community to donate specifically to this cause, I think that would be pretty cool, and I'd be happy to knock down, or not knock down, but knock on some doors of maybe some of the wealthier neighborhoods, asking for them to contribute to that. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Harned, 5619 Plymouth. I'm simply here to state my support for this initiative in Lawrence, that I moved here believing this was a progressive community. And I know that we're all at that stage where it seems like we have to convince everybody that this is valid, meaningful, and we need to do this. But we're going to look back on this in a few short years and we'll be amazed that we still had to be convincing people at this point. I think that it will, with commitment and enthusiasm, I think that we will see the world is going to change very rapidly, since it's going to have to change. And I believe it's going to be important for Lawrence to attract businesses, to attract students, to attract people who want to live here and work here. If we cannot do this, frankly, it's going to push us way down at the bottom of the list. So that is probably my most significant point. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Am I taking up space while somebody wants to come up here?
You're okay.
Good evening. My name is Spencer Dickerson. I live at 2307 Oxford Road. I wanted to come up to voice my support for this proposal, and I also wanted to recognize an observation. I often say that the angriest voices are always the loudest. We see this on social media, where people with negative opinions about things tend to voice them, where people with positive opinions about things tend to keep them to themselves. I wanted to recognize that there's a room full of people who are in support of this proposal, and that's a testament to how powerful these ideas are. Thank you.
Thanks, Spencer.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Reed Nelson, and I'm here simply to urge you all to pass the resolution. I've been involved in these types of issues for many years. I helped Sierra Club on a pro bono basis some years back, and we litigated a case against the power plants that they wanted to build out in western Kansas. And to address a comment earlier, which was a very good comment about maybe we can't see how we're going to achieve all this right now. Well, that reminds me of when we began that litigation against those coal plants. They asked us, what is it you want us to do? They said, we need 3 power plants out there. There was no wind energy at the time. We said, build wind turbines. And they laughed at us. They laughed at us. Well, a movement rose. They were prohibited from building those power plants. Look what happened. Kansas gets 1/3 of its wind power, 1/3 of its electricity from wind. So things can change fast. Just because you can't see the end of it doesn't mean things aren't going to work out. So it's a climate emergency. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. And when I read their great report, it took me down to their meeting, your board's, sustainability board's meeting, and I attended a couple of those, and I just sat as a member of the public, and I listened to them talk about these issues. And these are smart, committed people that you have got on this board. And it was a real pleasure for me to sit there and listen to them talk about issues of science and policy in a compelling way. So I think you've got a great board, and I'd ask that you follow their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed.
Well, I guess I'm here as a long line of supporters for this plan. My name is Nancy Muma Habib. I live at 1217 Inverness Drive. And I'm here to speak as a scientist. I'm a scientist and a professor at KU. And I think the data is completely overwhelming that we need to address these issues, and we need to address it now. And I think the plan that the board has come up with is just really outstanding, and I hope that all of you can accept it and vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
CO2 levels were at 300 parts per million in 1950, 327 when I was born in 1969, 358 when my first child was born in 1993.
Kira? Can I have you say your name for the record? Sorry.
My name is Kira McPherson. I'm a member of the Sustainability Board and the Sunrise Movement, but I'm here as a private citizen. You got to start my clock over, right?
Well, go ahead and get back to where you were.
365 when my second child was born in 1996. Today, December 17th, it's 411.75 parts per million and still rising. If you've ever been scuba diving, you were probably helped by an expert who helped adjust your oxygen levels in your tank so you didn't suffer from nitrogen narcosis while you were under the waves. It's sometimes called rapture of the deep when you get a little drunk from dangerously unbalanced scuba tanks. It affects your ability to make good decisions. Some people with bad tanks stay under so long they run out of oxygen and die with a smile on their face. Humans evolved to breathe a certain mixture of air, a mixture that has stayed consistently around 300 parts per million for millennia until rampant fossil fuel mining and use. You not only can't breathe as well with high levels of CO2, you also can't think as clearly. It's going to get literally harder to think as the planet warms and CO2 levels continue to rise. Companies like Westar understand all this. They operate by rules of science. Some of them are trying to protect potentially stranded interests with predatory delay, and by investing in political climate deniers, but they understand what's going on. Insurance companies, banks, and militaries, groups famous for their devotion to hard numbers and solid evidence, are all starting to divest from non-renewable energy sources, and many of them, especially the military, have working climate crisis plans in place. Some of our leaders, however, don't understand that ignoring or denying the science right now is the same as ignoring a dangerous weather report, only this time it's not a tornado, it's not a blizzard, it's 1,000 blizzards and tornadoes. Scientists aren't known for emotional dramatics or hyperbole, but lately some of them have been actually weeping during conferences, where they deliver the latest reports. They can't believe cities and states aren't acting with the utmost urgency toward ending fossil fuels. Some of you have higher political aspirations, but those goals will end in this room once the public starts to comprehend the magnitude of this emergency. Voters will want accountability. They'll want the names of those who delayed or denied Lawrence's transition away from fossil fuels into a livable climate adaptation. If you understood the climate science, you'd have emergency meetings around the clock. Renewables are cheaper and more sustainable than fossil fuels. Transitioning to 100% clean renewable energy by 2030 will save us money we are going to need for repairing, retrofitting, and prepping for the climate crisis to ensure the future of Lawrence. Climate refugees will start moving inland from coasts as soon as they can afford to. People escaping one kind of climate crisis are going to be especially keen to find prepared towns that are climate adapted and fluent in disaster mitigation.
Thank you, Kira.
Almost done. People with financial flexibility will move away if we don't, and those who can't won't be able to contribute meaningfully to the tax base. Lawrence won't just be unlivable in 50 years, people will actively avoid it.
Thank you, Kara.
I always run over. Next time.
Is there any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Jamie Hoffling. I live in North Lawrence, 246 North 8th Street. And I'm here standing, like all the other ones you've heard before me, very much in support of these goals, the 100% clean energy goals. I want to also remind you that the City of Lawrence signed the Climate and Health Declaration, which is a statewide declaration urging bold action to reduce emissions, basically to stave off the worst effects of climate change, and to recognize it as a public health emergency. So the City of Lawrence did sign that in the fall of this year. We have 485 signatures across Kansas. It's growing every day, and a third of those signatures are from Lawrence. So just want to share that with you.
Thanks, Jamie. Any other public comment? Okay, we will bring this back up to the commission. So I can't start us off because I wasn't here.
I think
So-
everybody knows where I stand, basically.
And the action is, to ask the staff to come back with an ordinance, correct? I mean,
So,
was this the ordinance? As I understood, there's going to be an ordinance that comes back if we ask the staff to move forward? Or am I misunderstanding that? Jasmine, no?
Yes, so the action that's before you today would be to direct staff to create the ordinance and then bring that back for you to react to.
But you expect the ordinance to be along these same lines, I assume?
Yes, it would include the recommendation unless you had edits today or adjustments.
Okay. And just so I think I'm clear on this, but a couple places we talk about resolutions and a couple places we talk about ordinances. Make sure I understand the difference between the two, if there is one. Tony walked out, so. Oh, Tony comes
Oh, he's
back.
back.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot there, Tony. Yeah, I just want to be sure.
A resolution is often used to state a policy. It can be binding as well, but it is a less formal enactment than an ordinance. So they both are, they're both used by municipalities, so it could be ordinance or resolution. We often put policy in resolution.
But Jasmine, you're recommending this be an ordinance as opposed to a resolution?
That was the language that the Sustainability Advisory Board voted on at their meeting. I think their concern was, I don't, Jackie, you can speak to this. I don't think it matters if it's a resolution or an ordinance. They just wanted it to be formalized. Is that fair? Okay.
I think I'm interested in an ordinance, just to really make a solid statement that this is what we want to do going forward. So that's where I would be with it, is to make it an ordinance. However, whatever staff comes back with, obviously, we would have an opportunity at that time to make any changes to it, because I don't want us to get completely tied into just this document that the SAB put together. Although it's a great document, but obviously, there's going to be some changes that'll be needed, but I am definitely interested in an ordinance. We've done proclamations throughout the years, we've done plans, we've done whatever policy. It's time to put it to rest, and let's do this.
So I have a question for you, Commissioner Larson. In the staff memo, we are provided with two possible approaches. One is to direct staff to draft an ordinance to achieve use of 100% clean renewable energy and subsequently develop a plan of action to achieve the goal. The second one is direct staff to draft an ordinance accompanied by a plan of action to achieve the goal. Are you interested in the first option, which would be the ordinance, and direct them to come back with a plan so that we get the ordinance done?
I'd rather get the ordinance done first.
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
So you're in favor of the first option?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
provided. Okay.
Other thoughts on that?
I would agree. I just would, I think all of us would want to know what kind of timeline for the plan of action and the goals that they would bring to us eventually. I'm sure all of us are in a hurry to see what those action plans would be. I just would be curious about that.
Do you have any thoughts on timelines?
Well, we've had some interesting conversation at staff meeting too, because it really does grow tentacles very quickly. There's a lot of complexity with this related to, everything that we do. So I don't want to undersell that, but this could be also a series of plans that get developed and issued maybe. We want to do it right, but there's some things that probably policies will fall right into place, and we'll all understand them, and we'll understand the operational implications. And there's some things that we really need to work on that'll be highly technical, usually about utilities, I think. So the technologies just aren't out there yet, so we need to put those in place. So I'd want a few months probably to put these in place, but we may come back with, and I'm open to hearing what Jasmine may think, we may come back with, here's the first chapters that work, and then we're working on the other one, just so we start to put them in place in the right order.
Now, working parallel with this is they're going to be working on the climate protection plan at the same time. So this will be two parallel things working at the same time. So it's not like nothing will be done.
Right.
While we're trying to put this together.
I think it's widely recognized that not everything is known yet, and we can't figure that all out. And that would apply to all of our operational impacts as well, which is really what makes it all work for us.
So if I understand option one, if it was to direct staff to draft an ordinance to achieve 100% clean and then subsequently development a plan, would that ordinance come back quicker, or if it's just more of a, we want to do it, and then later the plan would come? Or did you see that still as?
I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be back to you in 30 days with the ordinance to adopt it.
Right.
Jasmine, did you have something to add?
I was just going to add that in terms of the developing strategies on how to get there, that can and most likely will be a part of the climate protection plan next version. So it could easily fold in with that work that will be happening already in terms of strategy development.
I think I had, Jasmine and I talked briefly, or she answered one of my questions about how these two played together, the protection plan and this resolution, and if I'm understanding it correctly, the idea would be that, I mean, I guess my idea would be that if we pass this, it would, in the 30 days, as it would, example, set this as a goal, that would be a good lead-in to the plan, as opposed to sitting back and waiting for the plan to develop. We could go ahead and adopt this and then have the plan develop along the same lines as the climate protection plan. So I guess I'd probably be in favor of number 1 as opposed to number 2 as well.
Okay. Anything from anyone else? Well, I agree regarding the first plan. I think that it has been made clear not only tonight, but over time as we've gotten more and more intentional in the way that we speak about these issues, but it's time for action. I agree with Lisa there. So I would be in support of the first option as well. Does someone want to make a motion?
I make a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance to achieve use of 100% clean renewable energy using option 1 of the staff memo, or do I need to state that, Sherry? That's fine. Okay. Say option 1 of the staff memo.
Do you have a second?
Second?
All right, a motion from Commissioner Larson, a second from Commissioner Shipley. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break before we move on. All right, we are back. We will move on to item 2. Receive staff report on climate action and adaptation planning efforts for 2020. Jasmine?
All right, Jasmine Moore, Sustainability Director of the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. So tonight, I'm just going to give you an overview of the plans for the climate action, or the update to the climate protection plan. So one of the changes is that we're changing the language from protection plan to action and adaptation plan. So first, I wanted to start out with just sharing a little bit about why this is important, and one of the aspects of this effort. So this last week, I had the honor of going to Deerfield Elementary and working with a 3rd grade class there who is identifying ways for their class to take action in terms of making their school more sustainable. And so this was one of the projects that they worked on, is just like researching what causes climate change, and they have lots of ideas there. And then also, what are some of the effects of climate change? And I thought this really demonstrated what this plan is all about, because this plan is going to have 2 components. One is going to be climate action and how we can reduce our impact to growing emissions. And then the second is how can we start to plan for and acknowledge that we are experiencing some of the effects of climate change. And so this 3rd grade class is working on it. And so as a community as a whole, we can be working on this too. So with that, one of the things that came up in the previous discussion was around the impact of local government on the whole issue. And so I wanted to just highlight that local governments are major players in addressing climate change, but they're not the only players. So this plan is intended to go beyond government action and identify ways that everyone in the community, including businesses, organizations, and individuals, play a role in combating climate change. This is a planning process that is going to be a joint process between the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. So this will be an opportunity to continue on the work that was done through Plan 2040 in another collaborative project. So the areas in terms of climate action will build on the areas that were identified in that climate protection plan 10 years ago. So topics will likely include energy, transportation, land use, materials and waste, as well as natural resources. We just spent the last, however many minutes talking about energy, so that will be one of the components for sure. And the goals that you all just discussed will be a starting point for how we can move and make progress in that area. The second element will be that climate adaptation. And so just to ground us all in what that means, the 2 most likely climate threats include extreme temperatures, which includes both heat and cold, as well as increased precipitation, which often results in flooding. So those are the 2 really severe climate threats that we can expect, and we're already starting to see more of in this community. And the climate adaptation portion of the plan will explore what those climate vulnerabilities are in our community and develop strategies both in the short term and long term about how we can prepare for these changes that we're starting to see. And so we'll be talking about both the natural environment as well as the built environment, which could include neighborhoods, buildings, public infrastructure like roads and bridges, as well as how people can be more resilient to the impacts of climate change. So a few of the questions that will be asked during that climate adaptation portion of the plan development include, what are the climate change effects that this community will experience, and what aspects of the community will be affected? How will climate change affect our already vulnerable assets and communities? And what's currently being done to address the impacts? The city's not just sitting on our hands and waiting for the next big flood to come. So we're already doing work, and so this plan will help us to tell that story as well. Eventually, we'll get down to strategies on how we can take action to better adjust to the changes that we're seeing in terms of climate change. And it will also include information about how it will be funded, how it will be staffed, how will it impact the local government operations that we already operate. So in terms of who will be involved in this planning process, we invite the whole community to be a part of this process. People who live here, work here, people who love and care about Lawrence and Douglas County. We want those people to be involved in this process, and there will be plenty of opportunities for people to engage. We also deliberately want to engage those who will be most impacted by climate change. We realize that not everybody's going to be impacted the same, and there's going to be communities that are impacted more, like youth, people of color, rural populations, seniors. There's lots of other specific populations, just like with health. There's disparities, and so we want to acknowledge those and make sure that we are including people that are going to be most vulnerable to the climate changes in the creation of the plan. So in terms of who's leading this process, the Sustainability Office will be leading the plan development process. The Sustainability Advisory Board will be actively involved in it. There's a subcommittee that has already identified this as one of their priority areas. So that team will be actively involved throughout the process and can serve as a steering committee of this plan. We also have a project partner in the University of Kansas Center for Compassionate and Sustainable Communities. This project aligns perfectly with some of the research that they're already doing, and so they're able to lend some resources towards technical assistance as well as actual funding to help some of the engagement strategies. So we're fortunate to be able to have access to that partnership. And then we also have Climate Action KC. So this City of Lawrence has joined that group, which is a regional effort based in the Kansas City area, who produced the Climate Action KC playbook of some ways that local governments can take a step in the right direction in terms of addressing climate change. That partnership will allow us to have access to some of the technical resources around a greenhouse gas inventory at a more regional level, doing this playbook, which will inform the process, as well as some other tools that are going to come about as a part of that relationship. And then we've already started working on building community partnerships. So as I mentioned, this is a joint project with Douglas County. We have partnerships with local universities like KU and Haskell. We're working with teachers in school districts around the community. The library, the art center, many community organizations will be a part of this effort. In terms of when and the timeline, the climate plan development will take place during 2020 with our Earth Day celebration that the city always does. This will be the 20th year of the Earth Day celebration. That's going to be more of our public kickoff and asking for public engagement around that time. That'll be on Saturday, April 18th in South Park. And it's also the 50th anniversary of Earth Day in general. So 2020 is a big year for the environment, and we think it's a great year to be doing this planning process as well. So we're going to be doing community engagement throughout the process. This is something that we saw was really important during Plan 2040 and the Downtown Master Plan. We want to make sure to incorporate as much community engagement as possible in this planning process. We're going to be doing that vulnerability assessment where we're asking questions about what are our vulnerabilities when it comes to climate change. That is going to kick off most likely around the summer after we've done the Earth Day kickoff. And throughout this process, as I said, we're going to be developing both short-term and longer-term actions for both reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well as looking at our climate adaptation strategies. So the intent is not for this to be a plan that's 30 years out. The intent is to identify some things we can do now, as well as things we need to be working towards. But it's really important that we have some action steps that are pretty immediate. And so how do we do this? There are 3 things that I want to highlight. Yep. So one, This plan will be built on previous work and knowledge. It'll be built on the work of the Climate Protection Plan and all the people that were involved in that. It will be built on the peak oil task force work came before the commission almost a decade ago as well. It will be built on the STAR community rating system that Lawrence achieved in 2016. And it will also be built on the collective impact of those in this community who have been passionately doing this work for many years, many of who were in this room earlier today. It will also be built on the technical expertise of scientists and researchers who have identified some high-impact actions and already. So we're not starting from scratch here. We have some resources locally as well as nationally that we can tap into. There's other communities that have done these planning processes. We want to learn from them and see what works here in Lawrence and Douglas County. And we will also recognize that there's a wisdom of the earth and those who have lived on this land hundreds of years before us, and the wisdom that they can lend to this process as well. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge, and we want to make sure that that is embedded in the process as well. The second piece is that this plan will be developed in partnership with the community. I've already talked about some of those partnerships that are already in development. We want to include businesses, community institutions like universities and school districts, nonprofits, religious organizations, neighborhoods, individuals. We will experiment with creative ways to engage the community through art and story collection and games and meeting people where they are. So this is we know that this topic can be really overwhelming, and it's hard to reach people often. And so we want to make sure that we are looking at creative ways that we can get out into the community and talk to people about these issues and ask them what they are already starting to experience as a result of some of these changes. We may not use the term, climate adaptation. We're going to try to use language that people can relate to because if they're worried about putting food on the table, it's hard to step back and talk about climate change, as overwhelming as that is. And the third thing in terms of this plan development, we're going to leverage the resources already available in our region. As I mentioned, we have this partnership with Climate Action KC and the tools that will be available through that partnership. And we also have this partnership with the KU Center for Compassionate and Sustainable Communities that's also contributing resources to the development of this plan. So this is not something we're doing alone. This is a community effort, and we want to work with community as much as possible to do this work and to develop this plan so that there is shared accountability and it's not just government coming in and telling the community what we're going to do. So in thinking about what this plan would look like if it's successful, there were three things that came to mind. One is that the populations most impacted by climate change actually participate in the process, and they see their voice in the final product, and they see their role in the continued engagement around this topic and accountability. Two, this plan will be successful if community institutions, like our large employers, participate in the process, see their voice in the final product, and their role in continued engagement. This is not going to work if it's just the city and the county that have bought into this. And three, this plan will be successful if there are strategies specific to our local community and there's shared accountability for making progress. This plan is intended to have action steps for multiple audiences, from individuals to organizations like businesses and local government. And we intend for there to be monitoring and reporting and evaluation throughout the implementation of this plan. So with that, I appreciate your continued support for this effort and for climate action. I'm happy to answer any questions now or throughout the process.
Any questions for Jasmine? Okay, thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
We will open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this issue? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission.
I think you're going to be busy. But good. I think it's going to be a good process. Looking forward to it.
I think this is a great great jump off for this, given what we just talked about a little bit ago, and looking forward to seeing what you come up with on this. I appreciate your discussion on community partners as well as, getting everybody involved in it, because as Joe Douglas said over here earlier, it's going to take all of us to do this. So I appreciate that very much. So I believe the action is to receive staff report on the climate action and adaptation planning efforts for 2020. Any other comments?
I wanted to mention that I'm thankful for your comments around cooperativeness and really working together, but also the intersectionality of the impact of climate change. So thank you for bringing that to the table, and I really look forward to maintaining that throughout the process. Any other comments? All right, do we need a motion to receive a report? Okay. Well, we will move on to item 3. Consider approving the 5-year plan for sidewalk bike ped improvements project for 2020-2024.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. Last week, the Commission voted to defer this item and asked staff to follow up with answers to questions regarding specific projects that appear in the proposed 5-year plan. The answers to those questions resulted in changes to the 5-year plan that was presented to you last week, and I'm going to go through those changes and why they are necessary. But first, staff is going to address the specific questions we were asked. And the first of those projects we were asked about was the 13th Street Bike Boulevard. Amanda Saheen is the project manager for that project, and so I'm going to pass this first item for her to kind of follow up on.
Evening, Commissioners. Amanda Saheen, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. We went back and looked at the action that was made at the July 2nd meeting and made sure what we, I guess, wanted to communicate what we thought the intent was. So at the July 2nd meeting, the Commission approved the final conceptual design for 13th Street and 21st Street. Due to the extent of traffic calming that ended up being necessary on those projects, the estimate exceeded the funding that had been allocated. To address that funding shortage, Commission elected to defer 13th Street to 2020. So staff's inclusion of 13th Street Bike Boulevard in the spending plan was our interpretation of what the motion that was made at that meeting, saying to defer that to 2020. If 13th Street is approved as shown, the city intends to bid that as an alternate on the 21st Street project, which is going to go out to bid here in the coming probably week. That is there's several alternates as we discussed at the meeting. That's one of the alternates. There's also some of the other elements we peeled out. So basically when we'd come back to the commission, if we do that, we would come back to the commission with our recommendation for award once we get those bids in, and we would look at all the options and see which ones we would recommend to award. And so if 13th Street has funding available in 2020, we would like to bid that, see where it is. The commission would in the end have the final decision to make whether they wanted to award that or not when we see what the bids are. If 13th Street isn't approved as the 2020 project, then staff will likely not include that in the bid package. If there's no opportunity for funding in 2020, I don't think we would exercise the contractors for that. I do understand the desire to evaluate the performance of the newer facilities, and so we can get lessons learned. Just want to point out 13th Street and 21st Street are different streets. They act differently now. The designs are different. There's diverters and some different treatments on 21st that aren't on 13th and vice versa. We do see them as kind of different approaches to it that we think there's value in evaluating both of them. There's thought that we would do more of these in the future on other streets. It's a facility type that we're considering for other locations. So we would like to start collecting some of that data and seeing really what's working. So we think that these are good opportunities for that. Constructing both of these projects will allow us to basically begin that evaluation process so it can inform those future decisions. Also, bidding these is a package. We get hopefully a better economy of scale, and we can take advantage of the existing debt proceeds that would partially fund that project. We have approximately $70,000 left in the 13th Street bond that we have not used right now, so that's available for the project. It's not readily available for any other project right now. It's kind of sitting there waiting to see if this project's going to go forward. And that's right now on a temporary note, so we'd have to make a decision sometime in early '21 whether this project was going to go forward or not, so they know whether to convert that. I also need to address one other change, the 5-year plan kind of related to the bike boulevards. As part of the action, July 2nd, the commission allocated an additional $73,000 for the 21st Street Bike Boulevard to kind of make up for that funding that we weren't able to use out of the 13th Street bond. The understanding at that time was it would be allocated out of the 2019 PED bike funding. In reviewing the program funding, staff discovered that the 2019 bike PED funds had inadvertently been assigned to the Sidewalk Gaps and Ramps project, which was initially approved as a 2018 expenditure. However, that wasn't awarded until I believe February of 2019. So when that was awarded, it ended up coming out of the 2019 funds. That created a shortage in spending authority for the 2019 budget. Therefore, the $73,000 of additional funding for the 21st Street Bike Boulevard is now shown in the 2020 project list. In addition, the 13th Street Bike Boulevard allocation has been reduced. It was $200,000. That was based without any of the estimate based on no bond funding being available. So with that additional bond funding still there, we reduced that amount to $140,000. Offset most of that $73,000, but not quite all of it. So.
Thank you, Amanda. The next of the projects that were discussed was Naismith Drive. Naismith Drive is a priority project for both bike and pedestrian improvements. It is included as a pedestrian project for the year 2021 within the proposed 5-year plan. It is not included as a bike project. The reason for this is because reconstruction of Naismith Drive is not a funded project within the CIP, and staff has indicated that the proper bike facility for this corridor would be identified during the design of a roadway reconstruction project in accordance with the design criteria established in the 2019 Lawrence Bikes Plan. However, there was discussion at last week's meeting as to the possibility of a shared use path for the proposed bike facility on this existing corridor. So staff took a closer look at the feasibility of a 10-foot shared use path on the corridor. In here, I'd point you to the exhibits I'm going to speak to briefly. The first is a home on the east side of Naismith Drive, and as you can see, we've got a very shallow drive here. Should we construct a 10-foot wide shared use path on this property, that would leave roughly 8 to 9 foot of clearance from the garage to the shared use path. So we'd be setting ourselves up for a situation where anybody parking on this driveway is going to be in conflict with the shared use path. In the second exhibit I will speak to is another situation with a tight corridor. Here we've got 10 feet from our right-of-way line to our back of curb, again on the east side of Naismith. And also on that right-of-way line, we've got an existing fence and tree that are both going to be in conflict with a 10-foot wide shared use path. With those types of considerations in mind, staff doesn't believe it's feasible to construct a 10-foot wide shared use path within the existing roadway geometry. And the last project that we received questions on was the 9th Street project. This is a project from Hilltop to Avalon on the north side of 9th Street. The project scores as a priority on our non-motorized policy due to its classification as an arterial roadway, its proximity to multiple priority destinations, including Hillcrest School, and the traffic volume of the road. This project would connect the existing sidewalk east of Avalon Road to the crosswalk near the top of the hill at Hilltop Road. And I think it's important to note that this project would also be eligible for multiple grant funding opportunities, which could significantly offset that cost. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the changes from the plan we proposed last week to what we're seeing this week. And again, one of the challenges of multi-year projects is keeping the budget authority consistent from one fiscal year to another. In summary, this challenge created the shortage that Amanda alluded to in the spending authority for the 2019 budget. Staff believes that the most transparent way to resolve the spending authority gap is to allocate $73,000 of the 2020 budget authority and make other changes to the 5-year plan to adjust for that discrepancy. And those highlighted changes here on the 5-year plan, number 1 is the inclusion of 21st Street Bike Boulevard for $73,000. And the second one is directly below that, and that is the 13th Street Bike Boulevard that is decreased from $200,000 to $140,000, again, as Amanda alluded to in her memo. Our third change is that West 21st Street pedestrian project has switched places with our Massachusetts Street pedestrian project. And essentially, both of these projects scored the same in our priority policy, our prioritization policy, and we had to switch them to make our project estimates work with the available funding in that year. And then the fourth and final change is the removal of the West 18th Street project from the list. And again, this was removed so that the program budget will fit better with the allowable funding. I know I covered that material fairly quickly, so at this time, if you guys have any questions, be happy to address those.
Any questions for staff?
Go ahead.
You said the reconstruction Naismith is in the CIP but not funded?
It's
or-
an unfunded project.
And how long, so is a CIP 5 years? Or are we
Yes, it
looking
is.
for some point after that?
I believe it's in the 2024, 2025
Time
year for
frame?
the CIP is unfunded.
Okay. But in theory, I mean, is that, if it was funded, I mean, that's kind of the time frame we're looking to reconstruct Naismith? Or
Well,
are we saying it's a
We just
undetermined amount of time?
It's undetermined, and we just completed a mill and overlay of the street, so I would anticipate that possibly being pushed again.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pushed way back. So essentially what we're seeing with this is we have facilities for vehicles and we have motor vehicles and we have facilities for pedestrians, but we don't really anticipate getting anything specifically for bicycles in that stretch and foreseeable future. Is that correct?
Unless we wanted to consider something within the existing roadway geometry.
Well, you know, I would urge staff to go back and look at the bicycle plan and consider a change from trying to take the bicycles up Naismith and perhaps from the end of the Naismith Trail at 24th Street, putting some facilities for the bicycles on 24th Street going west to Osdale and then north on Osdale until it intersects with the Bike Boulevard at 21st and Osdale.
Okay.
I mean, that would be, it would actually be easier, I think, than the project that you've got with the conflicts that you have. And you'd also be putting the bicycles across 23rd Street at a lower volume intersection. So, I mean, I think there are some possibilities there to, you know, at least amend the bike plan to do something there so we can get something done. The other thing would be if you take it up to 19th Street and take a left, you're going to be intersecting with the Jayhawk Trail pretty close. So, I mean, I think there's some real benefits to thinking about that in a different way than we've done before.
Can you say that again? I'm pulling up a map here to look at what you.
Okay, so
what you
if
said.
you're at the north terminus of the Naismith Trail, Naismith Valley Trail,
Okay,
you know the Opus project?
yep,
Okay, it's on the south side of that project. If you'd go west on 24th Street to the stop sign at Osdale and turn right, you'd go north on Osdale to the intersection at Osdale and 23rd Street. And then, you know, that's a one-lane north-south with lower volume than the Naismith. And frankly, at the highest volume of the day, which is going to school and getting out of the grade school there, you've got crossing guards at 23rd Street. So, and the speed limit's 20 miles an hour on that stretch during some times of the day. And the bike boulevard would be at 21st and Osdale and then going north to 19th.
I can see that now that I'm looking at it on the map, that makes sense.
But I mean, I think we have to go back and amend the bike plan to do that. I don't think that's in the bike plan.
Correct.
Any other questions for staff?
I had some questions about the 13th Street and the 21st Street Bike Boulevard. So I went back and looked at the action that we took this summer, July 2nd, and wanted to get a better understanding, because as I said last week, what I had understood was we wanted some time in between 21st and 13th to kind of evaluate the project before doing 13th Street. So I went back and looked at the action, and now I realize, why I thought that is. I'm just going to read the action to you, and this is what we approved. And it's to allocate $150,000 of the 2019 Bike PED funds to the 2018 Safe Routes to School project and defer 13th Street until 2020, which is where staff got that, which was correct. And leave the bond funding for the unspent until then, and construct 21st Street this year, which is 2019. So that is why I understood the project should already be done. That's my understanding based on this wording. And so that would have given us time to evaluate it possibly before building the actual 13th Street project. And so I'm still concerned about us moving forward with both of these at the same time, because that's not what we approved in July.
Yeah, I think when staff wrote that action, we probably stated it poorly, because I believe at the meeting we stated that we were at conceptual design in July, so we were going to build that over this winter. So I think when we worded the requested action that said build this year, that probably wasn't, it was really meant with the 2019 funds that we had available. So I think there was just a little mistake there that we made. But yeah, we've intended to build. We have known we were going to be building this over the winter. And so we assumed that next summer was going to be the first time we could get data for the 21st Street. And it just was worded poorly with that action we requested.
But that's what we voted on. We voted on that wording.
Yes, and we had a lot of discussions at the meeting, and I know I tried to make it clearer in the meeting when I went back and watched it, but it probably, I discussed the fact that if we were going to push it, we should probably push it 2 years if we were wanting that data. So I think there's probably just a little misunderstanding and it wasn't clear, so that's why and I don't think it was intentional on our part or anyone's part to make that confusing, but the project was only at conceptual design in July, so we are just getting, final plans are just done right now.
Yeah, my recollection is that Mayor Larson, now Commissioner Larson, is consistent in her position from then and now.
Yeah, so that's my concern, is that we're already trying to move forward with 13th Street. Maybe tag this on with the bid and I understand there's potential money savings. I appreciate that. But there was a pretty good discussion about the idea of seeing if one of these works before we start spending money on a second one. And that's where I stand with it. I want to see how this 21st Street project works before we start spending more money on another project for this. And it sounds to me like what you're asking us to do with this plan tonight is to allow you to lump these together, which I just don't agree with.
I wonder if it's worth a discussion to talk about the point raised that these are two different roads, two different types of bike boulevards that folks will be accessing. And if our intention is truly to engage in more of these throughout our community, having both of those at the same time, while it's not maybe the discussion that we had before, this is what's before us. So it might be worth having that conversation around thoughts on the possibility of looking at the two different kinds of roads that are being proposed.
I guess, my recollection of this was that what Commissioner Larson's talking about was also perceived by the community.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I think that was one of those things that, the public perception was we're going to do one and look at it and then think about the next one. And so I think the public conversation would have been very different if we'd continued with the idea that we were going to do both of these at the same time. So, I mean, I'm concerned about that aspect of it, which we frankly haven't talked about until now.
You're right, I mean, that's true, that was a community perception from what I recall. And that was my perception, is that we were gonna be able to
Yeah.
really look at one of these
Yeah.
and make sure it's done right, and we're gonna have the data.
Yeah.
Because we want more, I want more of these, but we need to do it right. And we need to make sure that this is the type of project we want on these streets. So I'm not willing to go forward with the 13th Street in 2020 until we get something built.
Should we move on with questions and then bring the discussion back
Yeah.
up after public
Yeah.
comment? Okay,
I'm
any
sorry,
other
you're right.
questions? Staff? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take public comment on this issue.
Good evening, KT Walsh, 732 Rhode Island. I am so happy to hear, I have to read your name, Commissioner Larson and Commissioner Bowley's thoughts on 13th Street. Some of you who are new don't know that this was, I don't want to lay blame anywhere because there were so many players, but this was such a flawed process. And it all comes back to that lesson we have to learn and relearn and relearn. You go to the neighborhood first. You don't do the process down at City Hall. You don't say, hey, you can come to these 14 meetings if you want to. You send somebody to the neighborhood meeting and say, hey, would you like a bikeway in your neighborhood? And then you work with the neighborhood. So what happened was this became extremely contentious. The city had to backpedal and have public forums. A lot of people in the neighborhood still think 13th Street is not the safest street to have a bikeway on, especially for children. The argument is it will be safe if it gets built. A lot of people still disagree. So at least I hope that you tonight will say, let's wait and see what 21st Street looks like and maybe do 13th Street in 2021. Thank you.
Hi, Michael Allman, Sustainability Action Network. And last week, I appreciate the commission deferring this item and giving us more time to consider the options. Particularly Commissioner Bowley's comments about separating pedestrians, wheeled mobility, and motor vehicles. Each community, depending on percent user rate of bicycling and percent build out of facility, every community at some point reaches a point where we decide we're going to separate these uses. Apparently Lawrence is at that point thanks to Commissioner Bowley. But all of you last week said that at the very least, Naismith should have a shared use path. If we separate them, that would 10-foot wide would then become a bicycle track specific for bicycles. I think staff has misrepresented and overstated the conflicts along that section. Notable on that section of Naismith is such a wide open green space with no conflict. That's what's so unique about it. When they say that there are conflicts with driveways, there are 3 driveways in that, 5-block section there? They say there are conflicts with multiple trees. There are 2 trees at 20th Street that are large trees. One is an sycamore, and I think the other one is an ash. Other than that, smaller trees south of 22nd Street, and they're at least 20 to 25 feet away from the curb line. So this can be done in that area. 10 feet wide concrete can be there without conflict. The sidewalk would require some purchase of right-of-way. If we decide to do a bikeway there as a 10-foot wide bicycle track, we will involve more right-of-way purchase, but it will be a doable thing because so much of the rest of that corridor is without conflict. I also want to remind you that February 5th of 2018, the Transportation Commission did vote unanimously against the sidewalk in that section. Unfortunately, staff came back November 4th this year for a second bite of the apple. I don't know why. They put it in a different funding package and presented it to the Transportation Commission without reminding them that they'd already voted it down. So keep that in mind. I don't think the process has been vetted properly and transparently. So I want you to reconsider, we can do a bicycle track there that would be a continuous directional corridor from the Naismith Trail straight up to KU. So thank you very much for your consideration. Oh, one more thing. 9th Street, 5, 6, 7 years ago, a consultant decided that that would be best used as a climbing lane for bicyclists for the bicycle lanes that end at Avalon. So
Thank
that
you,
might
Michael.
be something to consider. Thanks again.
And thank you, Katie. I didn't say that earlier.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I just want to talk about the bike boulevard stuff. Okay, if the engineers really knew what they were doing, why were they asking for more money last summer so they could do both 13th and 21st bike boulevards, using the reason that since they had never done one, they weren't fully aware of the cost when they originally said we could do them both? I mean, that right there tells you this is new to them and they're not quite sure what they're doing yet. So why would you then okay for them to make a second one when you haven't seen the results of the first one, when we basically know this is their first time doing it and they're not really fully aware what's going on yet with it? And what if no one uses them? I mean, what if it just causes traffic that would use that road to go a different route and they're just burning more fuel? I mean, it could possibly end up being worse for the environment, and we don't know because we don't have the results yet. And also, if 21st and 13th act differently, and so it's not fair to compare 21st to 13th, why didn't they say this when we were deciding between 21st and 13th? Do any of you remember them saying that reason this past summer? And also, what about the 19th stuff that was going on like a few weeks ago when we were told there would be that alternative road or whatever? I forget the exact details, but I believe Larson asked for the plan to be resubmitted with what they had originally been told or something. I don't really trust our engineers. And also, I want to discuss about the Naismith Drive. I think Commissioner Boley is right. If we're not going to do Naismith, I think Osdale to the Bike Boulevard would be a reasonable alternative. Also, Naismith, that part with the trees in the middle between 21st and 19th, instead of expanding out to the neighbors, how come you can't remove some of that and go inward? I use that road a lot, and that curve, I mean, a bus going down there, it can't stay in its own lane. I mean, it gets in the other lane, and I think they need to remove the tree stuff and expand, because it's a tight curve for both a bus and another car. I mean, it's basically impossible. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. My answer is, what sidewalks in North Lawrence? We don't have that many sidewalks on the north side of the tracks. Probably never will. But also I believe that bicycle lanes and pedestrian lanes should be two different lanes. And a good example of that is the levee, up on the levee. And it's probably the oldest bicycle walking trail in Lawrence since the levee was built there first. And bicyclists, I call them the spandex people, they come burning down that depot in a pack, I mean, getting it. And pedestrians can be walking up through there, and I live right on the levee, so I sit on my deck and I watch it all hours of the day and night. And these bicyclists come up and down there just as fast as they can go, regardless of what pedestrian is walking on the levee. So that's a good example, and just lucky that somebody hadn't been hit. Now myself, when me and my dog walked the levee, I take some protection. You know, it's like a car antenna, a spoke stopper. And the deal is, I don't step off the levee. I'm not going to. Pedestrian has the right-of-way. Bicycle does not have the right-of-way. So in that note, I think that the bicycle lanes and the pedestrian lanes should be either clearly marked or separated. And the other deal is, talking about pedestrian safety, is traffic calming devices, speed humps in particular. And since we had the mess up in North Lawrence on Lincoln Street, and the money that North Lawrence got from CDBG money, which I think was over $40,000, $8,000 a speed hump. First speed humps were installed in North Lawrence at $3,000 a piece. The material used was $1,800, and the rest of the money was turned back into CDBG. By the time the Lincoln Street speed humps came in, Marcus wanted $8,000 a piece, wanted the city to get paid for their labor too. So we said, okay, wrote the grant, applied for the money, got the money. Well then, staff, we moved the speed traffic calming devices to Lion Street. People down there have been waiting 3 years for it. Now it's going on 4 years. And all of a sudden, these traffic calming devices have gone from $3,000 a piece to $9,300, $1,300 more dollars than was anticipated by the last city manager. And it was because that they were contracted out and the city wasn't doing. Now, how come the city can do a traffic calming device for $3,500 and a contractor takes $9,300? $1,300 times 4. Figure that one up.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item? Okay, we'll bring it back up to the commission.
Amanda or Jake, can you talk about, in the 2021 budget, the improvement of the 13th and Massachusetts Street pedestrian part? I mean, it's a bicycle project, but I didn't know what, I didn't see that in the list of pictures or descriptions.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I might have. I don't know that I have the drawings with me. Those were presented at the July 2nd meeting, and I don't have them with me. But there is, when we were looking at the 13th Street and 21st Street bicycle boulevards, we hired a consultant, Alta, to do that. They do these type of projects kind of across the country, and they really identified that we had some major streets at each end of all these projects that really needed to be dealt with. They're larger projects that need to happen at those intersections. So I believe the one you're talking specifically 13th and Mass? Is
Yes.
the one? So it's mostly, if I can describe it, it's mostly some green paint that kind of defines some bicycle turning areas, some rapid flashing beacons, so the rectangular rapid flashing beacons where if you push the button, it flashes to let people know you're crossing, so that pedestrians and bicyclists could activate those beacons, then have a defined space to cross Mass Street. So it's really a bicycle and pedestrian crossing improvement at that intersection. There's a little bit of curb work and things like that, but it's not too extensive. You get down to like 21st and Mass, and that's a larger street, so that one's a little bit more of a project there, but that's the specifics at that one. Apologize, we don't have a picture of that.
No, that's okay, and it's, but it was separate from the Bike Boulevard plan.
Yes, it's to tie into it. It's really to be that tie-in between the buffered bike lanes on Mass Street and that bike boulevard. That's currently a bike route, 13th Street, so I mean, you could, I guess, do one without the other, but really it was conceived as part of the bicycle boulevard, just as it would be a future kind of phase of that.
Well, I think I was not on the commission at the time, but certainly my perception from watching the meeting and talking to folks was that we were going to do 21st, do 21st, see how it worked, and then do 13th Street. So I think that is the, I mean, I think I support that approach, as Commissioner Larson is pointing out. If we don't spend that $140,000 in 2020 on the Bike Boulevard on 13th, that's why I asked the question. I mean, is it possible to do that 13th and Mass project, move it from 2021 to 2020, that would give some relief to the people, the bicyclists using 13. I mean, it's a $15,000 difference, but, you know, that would at least get the project going, get people across Massachusetts Street on 13th. We could then still see how 21st operated, and then we also could see, you know, who's using 13th Street now that we have a way to cross Massachusetts better, and then, so maybe swap those projects in the CIP. So that's just a thought, Amanda. I don't know if you have any response, if that's a silly idea or a decent idea. Or
No, I mean, I think that's an option. We've looked at, Jake has another option here that we have. I mean, I think all of them are good projects, right? So we've got an option of what you could fund. This is an option. What you're saying, I think, is also an option. I don't know that one is necessarily better than the other. I think we asked our consultant, and he recommended the 19th and Osdale intersection be kind of the first priority, in this order, the 19th, 13th, and 21st. But I think they're all so close as far as the value of what they're going to bring to that intersection that they could be interchangeable. So I can let Jake also share with you another idea that you guys can consider.
that'd be good.
I don't know that that's working. Oh, it's working now.
Magic.
Yeah.
The engineers know how to make those things work.
But not Zoom.
Michael didn't put his quarter in.
There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anticipating that there might be the desire to push 13th Street into 2021, staff came up with an alternate, what you see up here, where we are essentially trading places between the 13th Street Bike Boulevard with the 19th and Osdale intersection improvements with the intersection improvements at 21st and Massachusetts Street. As you can see, the numbers kind of add up very similarly, where we could slide them between project years to accomplish the goal of pushing the 13th Street Bike Boulevard to 2021. Which
That
is, I
makes
think,
sense.
similar to
That
what-
makes sense too, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's good.
I guess as kind of an exercise in thought, the thought of doing one bike boulevard in all of Lawrence, where a lot of the feedback that we received was, this is unfamiliar, it's scary, I don't know what I'm doing. The extent to which people can get used to using those kind of facilities is pretty limited unless we significantly increase traffic on 21st Street. So I was just curious if there's any conversation about the rate at which we implement these and safety, because I'm imagining that if there's only one and it's only neighborhood users who get used to it, then that will significantly improve safety. But if we have other folks coming through those neighborhoods on a regular basis, they might not be used to it, versus doing 10 at one time throughout the city, that would seemingly get more people used to using these kinds of facilities. So I'm just wondering what the conversation looks like around that.
I don't think we've had the conversation about that specifically. I think we do see other places where the bicycle boulevard's a great opportunity. The nice thing with the bike boulevard is, for the distance you can go and get an improvement, you get a lot of bang for your buck, and you're helping pedestrians at the same time, you're helping calm traffic at the same time. So that's the reason why we really saw these as two great streets for that, because these are two areas where we've had a lot of speeding complaints. And so I think that's the places we're gonna be looking at these in the future, is places where we know that there's more things we can tackle than just the bike facility. I know one of them that we've really contemplated is 5th Street between Wisconsin and kind of getting down to the park there. That's another one where we would consider a bike boulevard. I'm sure there's many, many more, but that's the next one that we've kind of been seeing. Hey, if we get that shared use path on 6th Street at some point to Wisconsin, we can then pick up and take 5th Street the rest of the way down. So I think that's why we've really thought that these these bike boulevards, they've got bike in the name, it's probably not the best name, because really there is a lot more benefit to it than just a bike facility. And so we're trying to leverage these funds to hit as many concerns as we can, and that's the great thing about those. So we'll look at using them, I guess, it's gonna be more neighborhood streets, so you're gonna, no matter where you go, it's still gonna be localized, because it's neighborhood traffic. But, yeah, I mean, I think there's some validity to that, but I understand the concerns too. We did obviously hire Alta Planning, because they do these everywhere, because we know that we don't know these, and they do, and they've done these a lot of places very successfully, so.
And I've been very impressed by Alta. I gotta say, I'm really happy with the work that they've done. You know, I think that multimodal transportation needs to be a significant topic in our strategic planning. So when you talk about doing 10, I immediately go to, let's talk about that in strategic planning. And I think neighborhood streets need improvement in our city. And you know, maybe bike boulevards isn't the way to do it, but the concepts involved in bike boulevards can be very useful in calming traffic and you know, making neighborhoods better places to live.
I do like the thought of changing the name.
Yeah.
Calm boulevards, calm streets, safe streets, I don't know. But the bike piece does tend to raise
But, you know,
hackles.
another thing is that we have significant investment in bicycle transportation. We're talking about completing the loop, you know, and these are spokes to get to the loop. And, you know, bike safety is a very important, you know, it's a very important issue for our community. And we need to do more and better, so.
You know, we're building for the future, and that's kind of what this is about. Part of what this is about
Yeah,
is that this
yeah.
is for the future. Another issue about it, wanting to do 10 at a time, which would be nice if we knew for sure, you know, we wanted these, is a funding issue. We struggled just finding the funding just for 2, and it's still over budget, because we're just still learning about these. So we have to be careful about that. And speaking of budget, I just have one question. The $73,000 that you're allocating, you're wanting to allocate for 2020. So that was originally supposed to be from the 2019 bike pit. So what happened to that 73,000 from the 2019?
So the way we used to look at it, and we've been talking with finance about the way we look at things, and Jeremy can probably add to this conversation, but bottom line is, we were looking at it as infrastructure sales tax, kind of, okay, well, we said in 18, we didn't get to it till 19, but the 18 money's still there. We probably weren't doing that, maybe, I don't know that it was the wrong way, but the most transparent way possible. So I think they're looking at some better procedures for us to keep up with that. This is kind of that catch-up year where we went, you know what? In 19, we really spent things we thought we were going to spend in 18. In 18, we spent things we thought we were going to spend in 17. I mean, it's a domino effect going back. So it's not that the money's not there, but it just gets very convoluted, carrying from year to year. So we thought this was the easiest way to do it as far as being transparent about it, coming up with new procedures. At that point, looking to see, is there money from years past that we can recoup and add back into this fund in future years? But we just aren't there yet, so I don't know if you can add anything.
No, I think you summarized it well. The only thing I would add is that I think there was a miscommunication in the feedback loop. So when finance sees unspent money in the sales tax fund, we move that forward and say this is available for new projects. So when you start contemplating your next CIP plan, funds that we saw as available, they saw as committed. And so we're working to formalize that process so that in the budget document, you'll actually see funds that are in fund balance, so they're technically available for anything, but you've already committed to a project. We just haven't gone that full step yet to encumber those funds, meaning there's no contract. So essentially what you'll see in the budget document moving forward will be the total fund balance that will tie to the audit, and then from that number, a certain amount that's committed for projects that you've already assigned, and then what's available for future projects, which will be the discussion of the CIP.
So when it's encumbered, it's not in fund balance?
It is in fund balance, but it's shown as encumbered.
Okay.
And so what we show in the budget document is the undesignated fund balance, which would be money you have available for your use.
So I know that just the past few years, there's been a lot of changes in this multimodal, from the Transportation Commission to here, to the work that you're doing, and I know it's just been complicated, and I really appreciate the work you're doing with it, and I just hope that we can get to a point to where maybe it works more smoothly. Thanks.
We all want that.
I know you do. I know you do. So what
I was
do
going to make a couple comments about NACE. Commissioner Shipley, do you have something on the 13th or 21st before I move?
I want to quickly
Okay.
say I wasn't advocating for 10 at one time. I was just curious about the safety impact of having those throughout the city and having people experiencing them. But I do think that there's room to have that conversation when we're talking about infrastructure, when we're talking about traffic calming, et cetera. So just making that clear.
Don't
Okay,
print
go
that.
ahead, Brad.
So on the Naismith Drive, you know, I guess we're not going to build this till at least 2021. I mean, I certainly want to keep the money in there for at least the full footpath. Do you think before we come back to design that, we can look at this idea of the Osdale and some of that, or is that, what kind of timing we're looking at? I mean, last week I was on board with an SUP. You know, you presented some information on why that'd be difficult. We talked about a different path separating. I mean, just how do these fall together?
Yeah.
And the timing wise, where are we at here?
I think unfortunately, we don't have the MPO here, but that's the bike plan that they produce, and it was just, I think, accepted by City Commission in September, I believe,
Yeah.
so it was
Okay,
just redone. There's a whole process that goes with that, and a lot of public engagement. And so they would have to answer if they wanted to amend that. That would probably be quite a process. What we have taken from that bike plan basically is the priority projects. So there's a lot, if you look at the bike plan, there is a lot of facilities on there that we will not have the money to build for a very long time. So what we've done is to say there's a priority network, basically. Those are the projects you see on our bike plan list. So even if we change routes here and there, unless it's changing it to a priority, one of the priority routes, it wouldn't necessarily change the project list. Now, this could change the priority route if they went this way, but it would probably it'd have to be a process that we would have to talk with them. I don't think it's something that we could necessarily just, do probably in the next few months, but we could look at it with them.
I'd like to comment that the decision to mill and overlay Naismith was done after that bike plan was approved.
Yeah.
So there were improvements made, significant improvements made to that street that will extend the life, which is a good thing. At least I hope it will extend the life. But that's going to further delay the bicycle. And so, I mean, I think that, we need to talk to the MPO about amending that plan if that's a feasible alternative. But I'm concerned that, to say the bike facilities will be done when we rebuild that street, that's too long to wait. And I actually do, get the point that there are these conflicts that make it really hard to do that SUP. I mean.
And so I guess my other question on this, the next agenda item is talking about applying for a grant. If we get that, getting that grant, does that open up opportunities, or does it close opportunities because we've said this is what we're going to do? Or does it open up opportunities because we have more money, now maybe we can do something additional?
I think it opens up more opportunities, like you said. We have the ability to apply those grant funds to the project in the year that we're showing on the 5-year plan. So essentially, it would free up some of those additional funds that you're seeing in the estimate column.
Okay. So if we were being optimistic, we would approve the next agenda item, apply for a grant, get the grant, and then we'd be working to maybe do something bigger than a full-foot path, something that builds in some other possibilities, or?
No, I don't think so, not with the existing roadway geometry and
Okay.
the constraints that we saw with the shared use path. I think that realistically, a sidewalk is about the only facility you're going to fit in there unless you move something into the roadway, like a buffered bike lane, for instance.
Can you talk more about that? So I'm hearing that it might not be feasible to even have that without literally changing the geometry of that road.
Correct, the shared
And-
use path.
And that is not something that would happen until we
Do a
have
reconstruction.
significant impact on that road.
Yes.
So I think it's curious that that's part of our bike plan.
I wanted to bring up one other point too. The mill and overlay was obviously a fairly recent decision on that. So we had always been delaying this thinking, well, it was in 2022 or 2023 or whatever year. Now that mill and overlay's done, I do think we could relook at priorities because I do think there's facilities you can fit on the street now. May not be what everybody wants, that could potentially be a few $100,000 project, that something similar to Mass Street, that was done the lane reconfiguration. So I do think there's possibility. So the bike plan doesn't tie us to a facility type. The bike plan just says this is a priority route. It has a level of comfort goal that we have on each street. That level of comfort goal is met by a buffered bike lane, which is similar to Mass Street, not separated, but buffered, because we have our fire constraints on those separated streets like that. And it also is met by a shared use path. But there is other options on that street that could potentially happen without full reconstruction that would get a bike facility on that street that could be done in the next several years if we get some other grants, especially that frees up money in out years. We're going to be looking to pull other projects up on this list. So I wanted you to know that it doesn't necessarily preclude a bike facility from happening before the reconstruction.
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't making our bike plan in impossible routes that would require, I mean, would we be able to facilitate the traffic of Naismith? I mean, those are all questions that will be have to be asked, and I wonder how closely we're looking at our bike plan to make those kinds of assessments where, you know, there would be a significant impact fiscally, time-wise, for any of these projects when, you know, we have identified the ideal streets, but if we're being realistic about the feasibility of doing these projects in even a remotely timely manner, how we can tie that into our broader infrastructure plan and revisit that bike plan might be necessary as we get a clearer view of what it's going to take to really address our infrastructure issues.
Yeah, and it's hard because the old bike plan had a facility type, right? So it was really easy to go, yes, that works, that doesn't. Now we have to go and evaluate every street. What's feasible, what meets the level of comfort, what's the cost of all of those different options. But there's a lot of options out there in the bike plan. It leaves a lot of flexibility for us to fit things in that we maybe previously, well, it said bike lane, that's all we can do. Well, now we've got a lot of other tools out there. So I do think there's potential for that to happen sooner than when that street's reconstructed.
Okay. We're getting better at it, which makes it more complicated, so that's a good thing.
The last question for you, Jake,
Sure.
We talked about the 9th Street and the Hilltop and my concern is not that it's not a high priority. I could see why it is. It's just the cost per, linear foot, as it were, is a pretty expensive, bang for our buck sort
Certainly.
of issue. So the priority-based system we're using now does not really take into account like price per linear foot or something. It's more of a use sort of, what's important
Yes,
in facilities.
yes, it's what's been identified as priorities.
Any consideration of, at some point, adding a component that affects price, or because of the grant opportunities, you're not as concerned about that?
I'm certain that's something we could take to the Multimodal Transportation Commission and see if they're interested in reviewing and revising the policy for something like that,
I think it's worth a conversation.
certainly.
Any other questions on 13th or Naismith? I know 9th Street was on there as well. Were there any questions on that one?
Well, on 9th Street, I'm okay leaving it in the 5-year CIP. It's way down the list. I think I mean, again, the need is there, I just wonder if there could be not a better project, but we have a couple of years to look at that as we reprioritize. These things are gonna shift every year, so.
Yeah. So what are we gonna do here?
Do you like that
Yeah.
suggestion from staff?
I'm
I
okay
did
with it.
appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
I mean, I'd be interested in this alternative plan, adopting the 5-year plan with this change, you know, but clearly based upon our discussion here, you know, having staff look at what we can do on Naismith, the bike plan, you know, building this sidewalk and how those all work together. I mean, I think everyone agrees we need some bicycle facilities in that area. You know, whether it, you know, doesn't sound like the SUP is the right answer, but then what is the right answer?
Yeah.
Is it, you know, some work on Naismith? Is it looking at the plan for Osdale, whatever that is? Now, I'd hope by the time we came back here next year and we're looking to fund, you know, something in Naismith, we could have those, you know, at least some options to talk about.
Sounds like you set yourself nicely up to make a
Okay.
motion.
So with that little caveat, I would move to approve the 5-year plan for the sidewalk bike bed improvement project for 2020 to 2024 with the amendment, the alternate 5-year plan presented, the rest staying the same.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you all
Thank
for that. Okay, we are moving on to item 4, consider authorizing the mayor to sign the grant application for the 2019 Access, Innovation, and Collaboration Program for the Naismith Drive Mobility Enhancement Project and adopt resolution number 7308. Hello again.
Hello. Again, Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer. Luckily, we've just been through a lot of discussion on this item, so I'll be very brief. This item is to authorize the mayor to sign the grant application for the Naismith Drive Mobility Enhancement Project, which is applied for under the 2019 Access, Innovation, and Collaboration Program through KDOT. The project's going to comprise about 2,200 linear feet of sidewalk on the east side of Naismith Drive, which is the last remaining incomplete targeted corridor identified in the 2013 Fixed Route Transit and Pedestrian Accessibility Study. We discussed the right-of-way constraints and the staff's recommendation on a sidewalk through this corridor. The Multimodal Transportation Commission did recommend this project as part of their 5-year plan at their November meeting, and the estimate for the project is sitting at $362,000.
Any questions?
I have a question. So I was looking at the staff memo, which indicates that our impact is 72,486, is that right? Fiscal
Yeah,
impact.
the match, I believe.
But on the grant application, we're showing the applicant cash match at 36,243. Which seems, the 72 is like a 20% match versus the application which says 10%. Is there something else here that we're applying for too?
I know that the 10%, the 36,243, is if we should receive a 90% grant from KDOT, so I know that number would be correct for the 90% match.
Okay. So that
Probably a
fiscal,
typo.
yeah, so the fiscal impact is likely the 36 versus the 72?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, it's going to depend if they find us eligible for the 80% or the 90% grant.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
Oh, I see, it's possible, we're applying for the 90% grant, but it's possible we could get, they only award us an 80% grant.
Yeah, they've got that you can be eligible for 90% grant if your grant application is tied to a regional corridor planning study, in which ours is. So that's part of our application that we'll be submitting to the state to justify the 90%.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I didn't see on the application the narrative statements that were required in this, and I didn't know whether the intention was to include the entire application or just the paper application part of the grant application.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that.
So on the application itself, there is a lot of emphasis on the narrative
Yes.
that is required in two separate areas, but I did not see, or the other items necessarily included with that application.
It's
so-
not included in the agenda item. Staff is still working on editing that. We've been in a kind of a tight time frame to get that accomplished.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, then we will open it up for public comment. Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the commission.
I have moved to authorize the mayor to sign the grant application for the 2019 Access Innovation and Collaboration Program for the Naismith Drive Mobility Enhancement Project and adopt Resolution 7308.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye and a second from Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number 5, consider authorizing staff to issue a request for qualifications for shared electric scooter pilot program.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Dave Cronin, City Engineer with MSO. Tonight I'm going to talk to you about a potential shared scooter pilot program. A little bit of background first. Earlier this year, the Kansas legislature passed a law that allows electric assisted scooters, which we refer to as e-scooters, to be operated essentially anywhere except for on state highways. The statute allows allowing e-scooters was incorporated into the 2019 Standard Traffic Ordinance. And that also allows the governing body of any city to adopt an ordinance further restricting the use of e-scooters or prohibiting them outright. Electric scooters are defined as a self-propelled vehicle that has at least two wheels in contact with the ground, an electric motor, handlebars, a brake, and a deck that is designed to be stood upon when riding. Earlier this year, in April, the city received a request from VioRide to allow them to provide the community with shared electric scooters. Currently, VioRide is the provider of the shared bicycle program here in Lawrence. They have an agreement with KU to operate, and the city has an MOU with VioRide to use that agreement to operate within city right-of-way. So in regards to the request of scooters, the City Commission referred the request to the Multimodal Transportation Commission in June. And in August, the Multimodal Transportation Commission created a micromobility committee to study electric vehicles. So the micromobility committee at first narrowed its focus on reviewing regulations and the implementation of a shared e-scooter pilot program. We started by discussing pros and cons of shared scooters. A few of them here I've listed: reducing single occupancy vehicle trips. That's also a goal in our transportation plan. Reducing congestion and emissions, reducing parking demand, and additionally convenience for users making short trips. Sometimes this is kind of referred to first mile, last mile transit trips for folks that are taking shorter trips and the convenience to do so with having scooters. Some cons that originally have been identified from the committee and similar to what you've probably heard of in other communities is concerned with public safety. That includes, concerns with collisions and conflicts with vehicles and pedestrians, inexperienced users using scooters, potential concern with users not wearing helmets, et cetera. Other negatives is enforcement and, allowing the scooters and those that choose not to follow the rules or the laws, that it does create challenges with enforcement. And additionally, parking in right-of-way and how the vendor or is able to resolve issues with blocking sidewalks, abandoned scooters, and concerns with them taking up space in the right-of-way. So the committee also reviewed other communities' regulations and requirements that some communities have put into RFPs or RFQs. And that includes looking at area of operation, safety, which I mentioned already, education, requirements of the vendor, enforcement, operational details, equity, data, and equipment specifications. A lot of these different areas are areas that we've addressed in our draft RFQ, that we've spent some time looking at other communities and what they've done and other best practices to kind of determine what different regulations that we wanted to consider with proceeding with a program. I guess talk about a little bit about the reason to have a pilot program. The pilot program does give us the ability to temporarily implement shared scooters, and then we can be able to study them. It'll give us some insight on how they would operate and be utilized here, specifically in Lawrence. During the pilot program, we'd have the ability to assess and analyze the performance that ties into compliance or how we're able to enforce regulations, the public perception, if there's a perceived benefit to them, and then gives us the ability to, at the conclusion of the pilot program, determine appropriate regulations to implement on a permanent basis if the city continues to allow them. Some of the expectations that we've kind of set out in the RFQ are similar to best practices in other communities, that the speed does not exceed 15 miles per hour, and that's something that can be set on the different devices. The ability to provide front and rear lights, that would be similar to the existing requirements for bicycles. Also, the ability to lock down scooters outside of operating times, essentially meaning that they can't be used. They're able to remotely lock them so that they can't be rented. The ability to use geofenced areas, particularly downtown and KU, that geofenced areas can be used for limiting speeds. They can be used for controlling the areas that they can be parked in, and that having the ability to have some control on areas will be important in implementing this program, and really, to be honest, to be flexible. So there's going to be things, if it's not working in an area, the shared scooters are concerned in a certain area, or parking isn't adequate, that we have the ability to restrict the area of use or restrict the area that they can be parked in. Another thing that we looked at is the way that they're charged. There's, I guess, kind of two main ways that you can go about charging the scooters. One is to replace the battery. The other is to let users charge them. And I think in discussion with KU and the committee, we had some concerns about having the general public take the scooters off the street, charging them, bringing them back into public right-of-way, and that we would prefer that recharging is done by the vendor, swapping out the battery of the scooter, and that also provides an opportunity for them to also make contact, more regular contact with the scooters, and to follow up with any other needs or maintenance requirements for the scooters. A few of the expectations that we set up in the RFQ with the vendors is to provide 24/7 customer service. This can be done by displaying a contact phone number on the scooter. We're also asking them to provide us with their expectation for plan for hours of operation. So we've had some discussion with our Transportation Commission on this. And originally we had kind of thought it might be a good idea to just use the daylight hours of 7 a.m. to, let's say, 8 p.m. From what we've looked at other communities, a lot of trips are taken in the later in the evening, and I think to some of the thought on extending the hours of operation beyond just sunset was to see how many more trips can be taken throughout the day if we extend the hour. So I think there's some concern that we had in looking at mandating certain hours, whether or not it should be daylight or 24/7. We're probably looking for something in between, but we're going to ask vendors to give us their plan of operation that we can consider. So we haven't set aside at this time certain hours of operation, but it's something that we need to consider moving forward. Other notes in our RFQ, communication and public engagement plan. I think that's going to be important for the community to, for users that are not familiar with shared scooters to have a proposal from the vendor that outlays what they're going to do to help communicate expectations and public engagement. Other things include having an equity plan, data sharing. We've kind of looked at different funding mechanisms with shared scooters. What we're proposing is that the vendor that we would select would deposit a cash escrow of $10,000 with the city to reimburse for any staff expenses for staff that needs to resolve any issues with abandoned scooters. If it doesn't get resolved by the vendor. Essentially, that would be basically time and material of staff time that would be dispersed from the cash escrow on a monthly basis, and that we would, if the operator was providing good customer service, it would be zero. Ideally, it would be zero. So the idea of the deposit is that this program is a no-cost program to the city, and that any city expenses that are expended are able to be reimbursed. And so that was the thinking behind having them set aside some funds in an escrow. Meeting insurance, city insurance requirements has been outlined in our RFQ. And additionally, vendors providing an operation and parking plan for specifically both downtown and KU. And I think that ties into concerns on that we've heard from downtown on conflicts with pedestrians, scooters on sidewalks, where are they going to be parked. And so, we would ask the vendors that are more familiar with operating these in other communities to kind of give us their best practices or recommendations for operating in our community, and those would be things that we look at when we review the proposals. Continuing on, talking about downtown Lawrence and KU, we did meet with DLI membership in November, noted the concerns regarding safety and parking. Additionally, we've received interest from KU on allowing e-scooters on their campus, and they'd be interested in operating under an MOU, which would be kind of an inverse of the way we operate the bike share program. That they have the original agreement, and then we have the MOU. The city would have the agreement, and then KU would look at having the ability to operate under an MOU. And they may as well have further restrictions on speed or parking areas on campus with the vendor. As far as schedule going forward, if we decide to proceed with issuing an RFQ, we would send that out here in the winter, put that out for a month or two, review proposals, bring back a recommendation to the City Commission in the spring with operating requirements, and those would be detailed in a use of right-of-way agreement. We're shooting for a length of the pilot program to be about 6 months, so we've, in our tentative schedule, have set aside the dates April to October of next year. And additionally, we're recommending selection of up to 2 vendors with a total deployment of 500 scooters. So if we decided to choose 2 vendors, we would allow 250 each for a total of 500. And I would also note that we have the ability to select no vendors. So if we send out this RFQ, we decide that the proposals we got back don't meet our requirements or our concerns adequately, that we would have the ability to select no one. Obviously, we going through this process, understand the possibility and the benefit to the community that this program could have, and so that we've kind of structured the RFQ to put in some specific items that we feel are important, but also leave some items a little open for the vendors to be able to propose their best practices and for us to consider. With a recommendation to proceed with the program and some vendors, we would also need to adopt an ordinance to define any other specific local laws pertaining to e-scooters. That would be similar to an ordinance that we have on the books, like downtown. You can't bike on the sidewalks. You can bike on other sidewalks in the community, but not downtown. So to do something similar with e-scooters, we would need to adopt an ordinance to define that or any other specific local laws. And again, at the end of the program, we would evaluate the program and then decide if we wanted to continue going forward. So there's nothing in our RFQ that says after 6 months or October that they can continue to operate. Our intention is to conclude the pilot program, evaluate the program based off data, public feedback, and then determine the best ideas going forward on continuing it in the future. So the staff recommendations to issue a request for qualifications for the shared electric scooter pilot program. There's probably a few other things I probably skipped over in the RFQ. There's a whole bunch of information in here. Again, it's, we've kind of put in here some specific points that we thought were important for vendors to understand our expectations, and we're also, want to be a little bit flexible to hear what best practices are for operations, providing data, and all those other points that I kind of outlaid earlier on. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions?
That $10,000 escrow that you talked about, is that something that would have to, that balance would have to be maintained if you had to access it?
Yeah, in the RFQ, we specified that, and I'll just bring that up here to, that, so that fund would be used to reimburse the city's expenses for all reasonable costs arising from the need for city staff to relocate, remove, and store a shared scooter from any location where a shared scooter is prohibited. Expenses will include staff time and equipment at hourly rates. The operator must ensure that a minimum balance of $5,000 is maintained in the fund at the beginning of each month. And furthermore, they would, just more information that they would transfer the funds before they begin operations, so, yep.
Other questions?
Yes, so there wouldn't be any provision for example, law enforcement costs that we might incur through this program?
I don't know if there, we've included that in here. I think the fees would be for the staff that goes out and removes the scooter.
So we could be picking up some costs associated with this program from enforcing the ordinance that we talk about
It's possible
passing.
unless there's a way to, if there's a way to determine police staff time that is, goes into enforcement, that could certainly be included in here
Okay.
specifically. I know
with-
they have concerns about enforcement.
Yeah,
Naturally,
Yeah,
it's,
and we could spend a lot of money on that.
sure.
So the ordinance that you're talking about, would that apply only to the rentals, or would that be for all scooters?
Well, I think the thought would be for all scooters. So, I mean, right
Okay.
now, they're legal to operate in Lawrence. I've seen a few folks using them. That ordinance would also apply to private owners who own a scooter, the same regulations, as
Okay.
far as where they can be used.
Why are we looking at doing this opposite the way we did the bike share with KU?
Well, the city received the request, and we've kind of taken the lead on looking at it with our Multimodal Transportation Commission. One of those members is from KU, and that's.
So KU's not interested in the agreement, and then we do the MOU?
They're interested in partnering with the city for a program. So they're not against having scooters on campus, but they may have additional regulations that they want to include.
But they didn't want to take the lead on this, they wanted us to do that?
I don't know if they wanted us to. We received the request, and it was referred to the Transportation Commission, and so that we took the lead on it.
Okay. Have any communities done a pilot and then walked away from the program?
I don't specifically know about a pilot, but I know communities have implemented shared scooters and have either banned them or put some type of ban on them, whether it's permanent or temporary. So I don't know if some communities have done pilot programs, others have just set out the regulations and allowed them. So it has other communities have banned them.
Okay,
I don't know if they've banned them during a pilot program or not.
okay, thanks.
Other questions?
Are there provisions in here that will cover where these scooters can be left? And because that's one thing I've noticed with the bike shares, we've got bicycles all over the place, and it looks sometimes not real good.
Yeah, there is no specific provision in here on where they can be left. So there's different trains of thoughts on how you use a scooter. You know, there's the thought that they should all be parked in one area, and there's pros and cons to both. So having them all in one area might not be the most efficient for a user that wants to park at a store, run in, get something, run out, if they're forced to park it blocks away. And conversely, having them all over the place and in areas where they're abandoned isn't ideal either. So you could really do it either way. A lot of communities adapt to where they're left. They see where they're left. When we looked at other communities, we had a conference call with Omaha, and they originally were looking at banning them in their downtown or having a no-go zone. Ultimately decided to allow them downtown, and they saw that a lot of the use was downtown. And then it's more of, well, where are they being left? Do we need to have additional parking areas or bike corrals? How many do we need to have? Where do they need to be? So those sorts of operational things, I don't think we know all those answers up front. I think we do need to look at designating areas downtown where they need to have very clear expectations where they can be parked. But some of that, I think we need to listen to the vendors, listen to also the stakeholders downtown, and determine if we can find a compromise on using them, and also finding a balance of where they can be left and parked.
I have some questions, and I don't necessarily expect you to know the answers because I didn't give you a heads up that these were the questions that I have. Do you know the rate of cities keeping these programs long-term?
I don't,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Do you know, is there any data on the impact on the positive factors that you mentioned, the single occupancy trips, congestion, parking, and convenience?
I don't have any data. I mean, when we've looked at other communities, they get data. I know, and specifically with Omaha, I think they had like over 100,000 trips within a few months. So, you know, and they were still in the midst of getting them up and running. So I don't know. I don't have an update on that specific example, but there's some data that's been shown that per vehicle mile used with them, there's less crashes. But I think there's a lot of concern that when you have a crash, it's very public. It's there's going to be conflicts, and that that's certainly one of the concerns that we all have with implementing a new technology, a new transportation device. But I don't have any specific data to present you tonight. But
Okay. When you were talking about this, I know that bikes aren't allowed, skateboards aren't allowed, et cetera, on the sidewalks downtown. So the expectation is that these would be on the street?
well, we've kind of discussed the pros and cons of that as well. Ultimately, we're recommending that they are used like bicycles, that they could be allowed on sidewalks, which would be outside downtown areas, that, because I think users in areas that are trying to get to, if they're using shared use paths, it may be safer to use the sidewalk than the street, so that they would be allowed on either. If they're still required to yield to pedestrians on sidewalks. But just like bicycles are allowed on sidewalks in most of the community other than downtown. So
Okay.
that's the thought so far.
So this might be, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, some communities prohibit on sidewalks, some do not, so.
Do these, I haven't been to a community where these are a thing. Are they silent?
I don't know if they're silent. I mean, they make a noise, but they're not.
They don't have
They're-
an engine, right?
no.
So, okay.
No.
I'm just
They're
curious if
battery-
any communities have required like a noise to emit from it. Like my electric car has a pedestrian horn that isn't as scary as a regular horn because you can't necessarily hear it coming.
That is not a question that I've received or seen before, but maybe one of the vendors that are here may be able to
Okay.
address that. But as
Okay.
far as, yeah, making a noise on them, we haven't looked into that.
Are we expecting to put any kind of age restrictions on these, particularly thinking about Wednesday middle school let out and the issues that have occurred downtown, having an age restriction, particularly if there's only street lighting downtown, which is where these will be centrally located?
Yeah, and I think the thought on those, on the age restrictions would be that it would be 18 and over. And the agreement between the user, the person using the scooter is between the vendor and the user, that they would need to be 18 or over to rent one, and that's pretty common practice in other communities. Now, you could, if you were on your private scooter, you could be younger than 18. You're not required to have a driver's license to operate a scooter. But as far as the shared scooter goes, that's been a best practice, I guess.
Okay. Do we have, and there may be vendors in the room who can speak to this, but numbers for uses of these, the bike share program specifically in Lawrence, and just the expected impact or ridership? If there are 500 at any given time going downtown, that's going to cause something to happen. What is the expectation around that? And I know that's part of why we're doing a pilot program, but have we thought about limiting the number that could be going at one time or something like that?
We haven't thought about limiting the number at one time. The 500 was, looking at other cities, a number we came up with. We didn't want to restrict the maximum number to not be able to get a good understanding of how well they're utilized, how many we really need in the community. I would think that, if you were a vendor, you wouldn't want them lying around either. You wouldn't want to put more here that aren't being used, and you want to strategically deploy them so that they're in areas where they are being used, and so that's how we kind of got to the number. There's no magic number on it. We don't have any projections on will all of them be in use all at once and these time of day. Yeah, we just don't know. That's why we're doing the pilot program. But that's a good question.
Thanks. Are there any other questions?
Maybe I overestimated the sophistication of the geofencing, but I got the idea that that would be something that we could use as something that would keep them from being on Massachusetts Street or on Massachusetts sidewalks. So, for example, you could use it to get downtown, but you'd have to leave it somewhere and it wouldn't be functional. Am I misunderstanding that?
You're not. I think the geofencing has the ability, if I understand correctly, to get to around 10 feet of accuracy. So I think with that, you could prohibit them on Mass Street, but you wouldn't be able to prohibit with precision on a sidewalk. So I think that would be one of the challenges. That's from our research. That's my understanding. It's about 10 feet. So that they do have the ability to restrict speeds in certain areas. So if it was downtown or Mass Street, that you could restrict the speeds, that they would slow down to maybe speed less than 15 miles an hour, but maybe not to the precision of sidewalks. And so, other discussions that we've had, we're not allowing them on city streets over 35 miles per hour. And you can't really restrict that because we would still want them to cross those streets. And so that's one of the challenges with being able to regulate what streets they're on too. We still want them to be able to cross arterial streets that are higher speed.
Any other questions?
I had a question. How did we come up with the number of 500 versus 200?
We looked at other communities and thought that that was a good number.
Okay.
I don't have a good answer.
Okay.
If there's a better number,
I don't know.
I'm open to it. I don't know. Some of the vendors may have ideas too. They may say that's too many, that's too few. So when we get proposals, we're looking to hear, what they think is the best fit for their business model too, for us to consider.
I can tell you on the noise, Mayor, that I've been in some cities where they have them. And with the normal noises you have in the city, you can't hear them very much coming up behind you, and it's a little scary.
But the same as the bike.
Yeah. The cities I've been in that have had them, and I'm concerned about it because it's a little like the Wild West on some of those cities that I've been in.
The Wild West
So
on
where have you
e-scooters.
been?
Austin.
Austin.
Austin and Dallas, Austin, down south, and then also just that whole corridor there. So,
Any other questions? Thank you for letting us ask you a million questions. We'll open it up for public comment at this time.
Good evening. My name is Mark Johnson. I'm a partner in the Denton's Law Firm in Kansas City. I'm also on the faculty at KU and the law school and the journalism school. As a lawyer, I'm here tonight on behalf of Thomas Robinson, who is, you may remember, the former KU basketball player whose professional basketball career is winding down, and now Thomas wants to try out many business ventures, and he has been in touch with the Bird electric scooter people, and he intends to be the Bird franchisee in eastern Kansas, and he would like to start here in Lawrence. He was here a couple of months ago for a meeting before the Transportation Commission. I was here with him at that time. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this evening because of the short notice and holiday time of year. He has a family. He lives in Los Angeles. He tends to be here in January and would be happy to meet with any member of the staff, any members of the commission, or who have questions of him. But one point that I would like to make is that I think the timing of the proposed pilot program is particularly insightful, because if it starts April 1st and ends October 1st, you'll have 3 months of traffic, if you will, when the students are here, and 3 months without. April 1 to the middle of May, the students are here. Graduation, commencement, they go home. And they don't come back until the middle of August. So you'll have 3 months of summertime to see what kind of experience you have without the students being here. Then they come back middle of August, and you'll have until October the 1st. You'll have another month and a half. And from April 1 to October 1 would, in all likelihood, be the heavy traffic time of year anyway. People wouldn't be riding the scooters tonight, I would think. At least I certainly wouldn't even think about it. So that's why we believe that the timing of the pilot program, it works extremely well for the purposes that I think you have in mind, which is to find out what is really going to happen in real life experience. We can talk about, well, I do work for one of the companies in Kansas City. Kansas City is a much larger city, has a much larger downtown. I can tell you from anecdotal experience that the heavy uses are in the Crossroads area and the Plaza area and the like. Commissioner Bowley, you asked about law enforcement. You don't really know what's going to happen until you actually have the experience. And to look at other cities, I mean, Lawrence is different. It's a smaller city, but has a very large student population. We don't know exactly what's going to happen until we actually do it.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak on behalf of, to advocate for the pilot program.
Thank you. Other public comment?
I ought to pull a chair and just sit up here. But this electric scooters deal, you know, I thought sidewalks were built for pedestrians. You know, it was, they used to be. And walkability, we talk about walkability. Well, you know what it's become? Dodgeability. When I step out of my step in front of my house, I've been hit, damn near hit close enough to hit my shirt and turn me around by a bicyclist. And now we're going to have to contend with those electric scooters. Now, I can tell you this for a fact. There's probably going to be some scooters, and I'm talking about the scooters, not the human beings navigating them, casualties. And I probably would say that you probably have to look in the river for them. I'm sure there's going to be some of them found in there. But the deal is we don't need them in North Lawrence. We are, you know, one of the main things, 180 homes sold in North Lawrence in the last 12, 15 years, 12 built this year. And, you know, talk about what the people bought them there for was the rural atmosphere, Woodlawn School, and walking distance to downtown. Now, pedestrians, and on the levee, that's going to become a freeway. You got bicycles, and you're going to have electric scooters, and then the pedestrians. And I want to tell you what, most of North Lawrence residents I know are not going to yield to electric scooter or a bicycle. You know, we're going to stand our ground, so somebody's going to pay the consequences. And I want to know, who do we sue? Do we sue the owner of the company? Do we sue the individual that's riding the scooter? Or do we sue the city? Or do we do all three? And, you know, I've read up on some of this stuff, other cities that have banned them and tried them for a while and then said, hell no, and got them out of there. So if you want to stop them here at 6th Street and not coming to North Lawrence, that'd be the way we're looking at them. We have talked about them, and we don't need them. We don't need them. Bicycles, you know, my street is a one-way street, so all the bicycles go to the west on my sidewalk, and then they go to the east coming back the other way. And if you don't watch, and we got some vision impaired people that walk those sidewalks with guide dogs. And when bicycles come by, they expect us to step in the grass. That ain't happening. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Hello, Spencer Dickerson, Regional Manager and National Market Launcher for VORide. I wanted to clarify, well, first off, I wanted to thank David Cronin and the rest of the Transportation Commission for doing their due diligence. This is a really well thought out RFQ. But I wanted to clarify a couple of questions that, yeah, I guess just could use a little bit more clarification. With KU, they were interested with scooters, but since it was such a different mode of transportation, they didn't want to step on the city's toes, so they requested that we go through the city first. With the number of scooters and why that number is 500, that number is going to fluctuate, never above 500, but it will likely fluctuate below based on demand. Because if the demand isn't 4 rides per day per scooter, then we need to limit that back because it's higher operational costs. So, you know, if we've got 250 out and we're doing 1,000 rides per day, we might try to up it up to see if that demand still stays intact, but otherwise it's going to get pulled back. My expectation is that there will likely be around 300 scooters in Lawrence. As far as single occupancy vehicle data, Portland did a great study on this. Residents of Portland, 34% of riders said that they would have otherwise driven a single occupancy vehicle or taken a taxi, and 42% of visitors said the same. As far as pilot programs that have ended and not continued, that's too early to tell because pilot programs are a new thing. There are a lot of cities that have banned them, but that had to do with rogue launches early in this industry from some of the early players. But as far as pilot programs that have since ended and not started back again, yet to tell. There might be some that come along. There are a lot of pilot programs that have since ended and the cities are still trying to figure out what to do. Still got 1 minute. I think this is great timing for this, especially since it was global warming and bike pedestrian night. One, like we saw, this reduces single occupancy vehicles, which is great for the climate. And as far as bike pedestrian stuff, something that you generally see in proposals is that the company will have some kind of profit sharing involved that goes toward bike-related initiatives or alternative transportation-related initiatives. And that usually comes out in some fraction of ridership. So, it might be 10 cents per ride or something like that. And if we're seeing 1,000 rides a day on 250 units, then those numbers can climb up pretty high. I think a conservative estimate based on this 6-month pilot program would be something around $20,000, conservative estimate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question or two?
Yes.
What do you think the Vero Ride does this in other plenty of locations where they have both scooters and bikes, correct? Or is that rare?
Some locations, yes.
Does the introduction of scooters reduce the number of bikes you typically see, or are they unrelated?
It kind of depends on the community. So I think for this community, we would likely reduce some portion of the bike fleet to make room so that we weren't oversaturated with vehicles cluttering shared use space. If and when that were to happen, they would be pedal bikes that we would debrand and donate to low-income communities in the area. Other communities we've seen where we've had some small bike fleet and we introduced scooters, we actually saw an upsurge in bike ridership, likely because there are more people downloading the app.
Thank you.
You bet.
Other public comment?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I'd just like to ask, like how it had some of the cons associated, how is a scooter laying in the right-of-way any worse than a bike laying in the right-of-way? Is not wearing a helmet while riding a scooter worse than not wearing a helmet while on a bike? You don't require cyclists to have like actual knowledge of road rules before getting in the road on a bike. So also the part about downtown speeds and such, would it be possible like to reduce the speed to like 5 miles per hour? Because like if I got in a mobility scooter, I could be on the sidewalks and look how fast they go. So why not just regulate the speed downtown to that of what a mobility scooter goes, since they're already going around there anyways? Also, about what times they'd be available, you let bicyclists use their bikes 24/7. Why restrict scooter use to just daylight? Biking is also just as dangerous, I'd say, and you just let them go all the time. And I mean, I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying, just from like how similar bike use and scooter use is, it's kind of crazy that earlier we're talking about how we need multi-modes of transportation, and then something that's similar to the bikes, which we're spending hundreds of thousands on, we're talking about possibly just outright banning this. I just don't see the logic in all this. I don't see much wrong with it. And as far as like people in North Lawrence don't have a need for transportation downtown, what about the rest of Lawrence? I live in, I think it's called East Indian Hills neighborhood. That's not really walkable to Lawrence. There's a lot of neighborhoods in Lawrence that are not within walking distance to downtown. So I would say that there are other neighborhoods do have a need for the scooters. And I think I support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Other public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. So we are looking at authorizing staff to issue the RFQ. Any comments? I think that we have to face a reality that alternative transportation is a thing and that it will continue to grow. And our ability to adapt to that is important. So something like a pilot program would give us an opportunity to do that. I also think that there, like bicycles, is a lot of fear-mongering and rude or uneducated users of those products. And I really liked hearing the comment about the opportunity to provide funding for that education and for that information. We could require as much as putting those rules on the scooters themselves. We could limit them to 5 miles per hour and have them be on the sidewalk so that those middle school kids with cell phones and their parents' credit card can use those safely. Or I think that we should consider allowing them to go the speed of traffic on that road. And to argue that that's any different from a bicycle, I think is not a fair comparison. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Well, I'm willing to move forward with the pilot program. I like the fact that we're doing a pilot program before we actually jump into it, obviously. I do have some concerns just about the whole idea of having the scooters, but I agree with you regarding the need just to be open-minded about some of these different types of transportation that seems to be coming forward with various technologies. So, I'm willing to support the pilot program at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few cities where they seem in the downtown area, mainly tourist sort of cities, where I'm not sure it's the residents that are the ones, it's like guests from out of town who are jumping on and don't seem to have as much care. They're not using it as much for transportation as they are for, almost more, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but just to kind of mess around. There's something to do. Oh, this would be fun. Entertainment. Yeah, that's entertainment. Let's just go, tour around the area. And I can tell you that if in those communities it's limited to 18 years and older, that's not being followed. I mean, in those communities, there's a lot of 14 and 13 and 12-year-old kids riding around. But I do think as a mode of transportation, a first mile, last mile, I think it's something that's coming. I think it's something we need to look at. I'm much more concerned about it in downtown. I will say I've been surprised about the bicycles being used downtown. I work downtown. I don't see them being used very much in downtown. They seem to be in the right locations downtown. Around campus, I see them left around places and people drop them off as you get close to campus. But in the downtown area, I haven't seen it to be a problem. So, I think KU will have a lot to look at if they use these on campus and around campus. But I think the pilot program's the right thing to do. I think let's see how it works. If we don't like any of the proposals, we don't have to accept them, but hopefully we'll find 1 or 2 proposals we like, and then we can test it out and we can see how it works.
I'll go. I do want to thank the multimodal transportation, whatever their new name is. I apologize. I'm going to get the acronym. That'll be easier. For doing so much research on this, and I think particularly they had a subcommittee that did a lot of research, and I really appreciated that, and staff, of course. I think what a lot of our concern is, and concern we're hearing from the public, is going to be about speed downtown or speed in highly higher pedestrian areas, but it also sounds to me like staff is in communication with those people who have those concerns downtown Lawrence and other partners. And I have confidence that they're going to be receptive to that as they use the geofencing or as we create the ordinance. Those would be the concerns. Obviously, I'm sure we all saw some of the correspondence. But I'm supportive of this for the same reasons that you two have said.
I'd like to echo Commissioner Shipley's thanks to the Transportation Commission and to staff for their work on this. It seems to me that we're reacting to a change in state law. And, whether we do the pilot program or not, we're probably going to need to look at what ordinances we need, because we have people who own and use their electric scooters in addition to the people who will be renting them. I appreciate the fact that it is a pilot program, and we can, consider the data that's gained as we move forward at the end of the pilot program. And I'd also say that KU is going to experience this, but also the neighborhoods around KU are going to experience this, because, the bikes that are being left behind are not just on campus, they're in the neighborhoods, and that's a concern. So I don't think we have people who own their bikes don't leave them laying around. It's the rentals that get left laying around. So the people who own scooters probably aren't going to leave them around a lot either. So the rental aspect does provide some unique challenges. So.
Do we have a motion?
I move to authorize staff to issue a request for qualifications for shared electric scooter pilot program.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We doing okay, or do we need a 5-minute break?
This is both.
You
want
need a break?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do a
Yeah,
5-minute break.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
We are back. We have skipped item number 6, we've already done item number 6 on our agenda. We are on to item number 7, receive report on city-owned infrastructure and capital assets.
Very good, best for last, thank you.
Good evening.
Mayor and Commissioners, we want to give you a little bit of an overview about infrastructure. I think you're going to hear a whole lot about that through the course of the year. So we're going to keep it a little short tonight, but I think if it does anything, I hope it prompts some questions for you, certainly in the future as we move forward with dealing with some of our infrastructure issues. I'm going to do some short introductory remarks. Amber Schultz has got more of a slide deck and a little bit of presentation about the scope and variety of the infrastructure that we own and operate. So she'll go into more details, but I thought I'd do a little bit of overview to just add some remarks. I think the quantity and the diversity of what the city owns is really vast. There's a lot of different things out there, whether it's airports or cemeteries or trees or roads, all the things you see. We've got obviously involvement into private infrastructure. Sidewalks is a lot of discussion about infrastructure, and it all ties together. I want to highlight a couple of comments that I've heard recently, just in the last few weeks and since Craig's been here. One is that our infrastructure needs some love. I think Craig's clearly been listening to some things the staff has been telling him, and then I think the remarks by some of you at the commission a couple of weeks ago, and I kind of took it from what I heard, so it's maybe not exactly accurate, but the challenges before the commission are to address many years of deferrals and a tendency to want new things at the cost of taking care of what we had. So I think that rings true, and I think that's one of the things that is going to be a challenge for this commission and the community moving forward, is those tough decisions on those priorities. When we put a number to it, the city owns about $2.5 billion worth of assets on a replacement cost basis. That's probably a little bit low. So when you talk about worn out shoes, we're talking about a really big shoe. So, and we've got a lot of work to do on that. So I thought I'd pass that on. I think in 2017, as the concept started to talk about the idea of merging public works and utilities, we met with those staffs plus other department staffs as well and tried to identify opportunities of that concept of what would happen. One big thing that came out of that was the idea that we could take integrated approach to infrastructure management and planning. And that would help facilitate that effort. And I think that's really, really important. So just to let you know, I think there's a few things. It's consistent with the master plan, I think, with the effort we're working on. And I would say that I think we've formed the structure of the MSO, Municipal Services in Operation, to accomplish exactly that. Some of the things we're doing in specifics, we're certainly going out and identifying and figuring out what the conditions of those assets are. We're working hard on stormwater. I know we're finding a lot of infrastructure that we didn't know existed, and as we're doing that, we're identifying its condition as well, which is one of the primary things that you have to do before you can come up with long-term plans. I think we're also enterprise-wide working on tracking what our cost of service are, associating that cost to an asset as well, so we know what the cost of ownership is or the cost of operations are. I can tell you for the streets and the recent event as of earlier today, we've dropped about $159,000 on the latest snow event. So that information is critical to making long-term decisions as we look at what our cost of ownership is. I think also, as we look at that asset, we're also trying to work on ways to fine-tune how we do long-term planning. Some of the things that has always driven that, where we've done good, what I would consider good asset management, we have to look at the condition of the asset and what its maintenance needs are. We also have to look at what that asset's capacity needs are, both what it is now, but also what it is in the future. So when we build something, we don't build it short-sighted. One real quick example of that, where we've not kept up with that, the central maintenance garage was constructed when we had a fleet of about 250 vehicles and pieces of equipment We now have 750, and there hasn't been really any significant change in that facility at all. So it's clearly a little bit overloaded. I think the other thing is that we have to consider our long-term plans or regulatory requirements. So we have new MPDS permit, we have a new stormwater permit, we know we're facing additional regulatory and plan requirements for farmland remediation. Those are several things. Current regulations that we have to work harder on, ADA, disability, and also some federal standards that relate to signage on streets and reflectivity for safety purposes. Those are all things that are on the books that we need to do a better job of, at least in my opinion. I think the overall goal for us is certainly, and for the community, is to sustain a defined level and quality of service at the lowest possible cost of ownership. That's a big lift, and we've got a long way to go on that, so it's going to take some time. Tonight, there's a couple of things that you did. One, you passed about $1 million expenditure on rehabilitating about 300 manholes, or a little bit less than that. I'll let you know that we have 10,000 manholes in the system. Just to let you know of the scope of what you passed today is a drop in a manhole. Also, I know Commissioner Larson mentioned last week we filled over 33,000 manholes last year.
Potholes.
Potholes, sorry. I hope we didn't fill those, but anyway. So I always say that too. I cannot get manholes out of my head. But anyway, we filled 33,000 potholes. A lot of those we'll be doing over again this year, regrettably. But that consumed 40% of our major materials budgets within the operations and maintenance areas, which means that's not really extending the life or doing much to improve. It's just keeping it relatively passable. And when it's consuming 40% of your major materials for concrete and asphalt, we've got a long way to go. So therein lies your challenges that I think you'll be seeing moving forward. I think just a kind of a closing remark for me, and I'm going to turn it over to Amber, who knows what she's talking about. To me, infrastructure condition is critical to the community. I don't think anybody's going to argue that, especially when you're discussing a lot of the things you talked about tonight, when it relates to resiliency, adaptation to climate change, as well as making progress goals on associated with sustainability initiatives. Our infrastructure has to be in good shape in order to meet some of those goals. And I think it's the backbone of what the community needs to be a good, vibrant community. We got a lot of work to do, and it's not going to happen overnight. Kind of that's my brief, tried to be brief introduction a little bit. I'm going to turn it over to Amber. Mike's also here. He can talk about some other things if you have some questions. So, Amber, it's all yours.
Thanks, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Amber Schultz. I'm a General Manager for Municipal Services and Operations, and we're going to do just kind of a highlight of infrastructure and infrastructure management. So we kind of wanted to start out with a definition. So we have, your typical definition of what infrastructure is, but really it's all of the things. It's the park that your kids play in, it's the trail that you ride your bike on, it's the water coming out of your faucet, it's the things you flush down the toilet. So that's really our infrastructure. So what we are going to discuss today is what we need to do, why we need to do it, and how we're going to do it. So we'll go over kind of what is asset management or infrastructure management, what is infrastructure that you have to manage, what is our ultimate goal, some key factors into making that successful, funding strategies, and then our roadmap. So we are all infrastructure managers, but what does that mean? It's really a decision-making process that effectively manages your infrastructure by considering the service needs of the community, so it balances maintaining what we have now with room to grow. It manages the risks and opportunities by cultivating an ecosystem of timely, accurate, and reliable information and processes that supports decision-making. And it uses our resources wisely. So it aligns with our strategic plan, which establishes a roadmap, it creates transparency, and ensures accountability. So Dave mentioned a few minutes ago that if all of our infrastructure was to be wiped off the face of the earth, it would be about $2.5 billion to replace all of that. So what is all of that? Again, going back to it's the streets, alleys, gutters, curbs, sidewalks, fleet, facilities, our stormwater system, which includes underground infrastructure, our levees, farmland, and our airport. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit, kind of give you an idea of, you have the dollar amount, now how much really is this? So everybody drives or walks our streets every day. That's about 887 lane miles of road. That's like from driving from Lawrence to Toronto or Salt Lake City. And this is what we're managing. We're managing some really good roads, we're managing some okay roads, and we're managing some not so okay roads. Sidewalks. It's about 420 miles, so that would take you about 7 days of constant walking to walk to Minneapolis or Madison, Wisconsin. And again, here, we've got the good and the bad and the ugly. Our underground infrastructure, sidewalks, the above ground infrastructure, signs, signals, streets, they're easy to see. They're easy to see that condition. So just imagine, though, if you were driving with our underground infrastructure, so that would be our water, our sanitary sewer, and our storm water. You would be driving from Lawrence to New York City. And within that underground infrastructure are supporting structures. So we have over 65,000 supporting underground structures: water meters, valves, manholes, lift stations. And then our fleet. You might not realize that some of our fleet that includes fire apparatus, police vehicles, special maintenance equipment such as vac trucks, all of our buses, and then regular passenger vehicles and trucks. And facilities, we have 117 buildings, so 117 separate rows, envelopes, along with 3 parking garages, which covers over 34 square miles. And just a little bit of overview of the different types of facilities we have, from pump stations to operation buildings, community centers, fire stations, police stations, city hall, treatment plants, sports pavilion, airport, and a golf course. And that's just to name a few. We have 117 of those. And then lastly, a lot of our downtown infrastructure, our parking lots, parking meters, and then our street trees, which makes up part of our urban canopy, is over 10,000. So another visual, I like maps. So again, I just want to reiterate how much infrastructure this is that our community is managing. Again, streets and alleys, that's to Salt Lake City. Sidewalks, you're going to Minneapolis. Our underground infrastructure from here to New York. And if you put all those together, and this is just the linear features, it goes all the way from LA to New York City. That doesn't include the standalone fleet, facilities, manholes, lift stations, you name it. And then I just wanted to kind of give you a general view of what we're looking at when we manage an asset. That is just a little snippet of a few blocks downtown of our water, street, all of our underground infrastructure. That's a lot of stuff going on. That's a lot of stuff to manage just in a few block area. Excuse me. So again, it's $2.5 billion. It provides the functional services that supports our quality of life. But I would say not only for our citizens, but for our businesses, our schools, economic development, and our environment, and a lot of others that we just didn't have room to list up here. So what is our ultimate goal? Dave mentioned it a few minutes ago. It's the lowest cost of ownership for the desired level of service. So we're going to get into that in just a moment. So how are we going to do this? Why do we need to practice asset or infrastructure management? So we are balancing the performance or the level of service with the risk of not doing something, with the cost of doing something to get a value out of those assets, right? So kind of a relatable scenario I like to give people is, if we're going to go buy a car, is it going to be a Ford or is it going to be a Cadillac? Which one are we okay with? So we get our car. As time goes on, routine preventative maintenance is going to have to happen with that car. So we're going to go get its oil changed. As we own the car for a few more years, it gets a few more miles on it, we're going to have to do some rehabilitation. So we're going to get some new tires on the car. We continue on with the car, and eventually things start to break down a little bit, and you start thinking, evaluating, what am I going to do with this car? Buy new, or start doing some serious rehabilitation, like replace an engine. And then finally, at some point, there is just no remaining useful life in that car. So you're going to replace the car. So the cycle starts over again. Are you going to buy a Ford or a Cadillac? But the point here is that you're managing with that car all the risks and costs and performance to get a value out of that asset. And that's the lowest cost of ownership. And so how are we going to do this? This, what you're looking at right here, it's our roadmap. This is our framework for asset management, how we're going to get that desired level of service and lowest cost of ownership. So we're going to look at each phase. So there's 3 major phases, assessment, planning, and implementation, just a little bit more closely. So assessment, this is your current state. This is where we are right now. We need to understand what we have, where it's at, what condition it's in. As Dave mentioned, the regulatory requirements, its capacity. This is where we are in most of the phases within our assets right now. And then the next phase is planning. This is where we define the desired state of our assets, where we create policies and strategies, weighing in that risk and the opportunity and the consequence of what we do. And then we develop plans to fill those gaps between the current state and the desired state. And then we identify funding strategies to meet those needs. And then lastly, implementation. This is where we do the things that we said that we would do, and then we measure how successful we were against that plan. And then the cycle starts over again. That's the one thing I really want you guys to understand about this, is that this is a cycle. It never ends. We will never be done with asset management. This is being good stewards of the tax dollars. But then we can't forgo making sure that there's the center, the core aspects of asset management, which is asset, information, finances, and people. And they all share a vital and equal role in developing the framework, the assessment, the planning, and the implementation, and ultimately the execution of asset management. So we wanted to give you a little taste of what this looks like for you as commissioners. So I think this is our one takeaway. In the next slide, it'll be our last slide, but that will be the one takeaway I'd like you all to remember, is that our needs and our wants and balancing those with that level of service, the capacity, the regulatory, and then not to forget putting out the fires, which is what we do all the time, unplanned failures of our assets. Those need to drive the revenue, which drives funding, which then drives the budget. I think where a lot of cities fail is that the budget drives the level of service. So again, this is the one takeaway I'd like you to have, is that our level of service drives the need, that need drives the funding, and that funding is reflected within the budget. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question. There was one slide that said we had 117 buildings. Are those occupied, all occupied?
Not all occupied. We considered that anything truly with a roof or an envelope. So it could be a pump station, it could be a shelter and any other amenity.
Okay.
A building at the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, because I thought at one time we were up to 260 or 50 some, was that?
We took out some that we didn't consider envelope and a roof.
Okay. So do we have a division of those where are there buildings that are not occupied that could be potentially occupied by staff or by some other repurposing of that building?
I can certainly look into that and get back with you.
And I guess the reason I ask that is because if we've got empty assets that could be used for staff or whatever, that it might be an opportunity to look at repurposing some of those assets for some of the issues that we're working on right now with affordable housing or other, even the homeless situation, as to whether or not we've got buildings that could potentially be used for repurposing.
I'll get back with you.
Other questions? Okay, we will, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Both of you. We will open it up for public comment. Okay, we will bring it back to the commission.
Well, I can just say this is pretty scary. When you look at the whole picture here, it really kind of is an eye-opener. We knew this was coming. $2.5 billion worth of assets.
As Dave said, that's a big shoe.
It's a big shoe, yeah.
I was thinking about amount of roadways from here to Salt Lake City. I don't know how many folks we have out plowing the roads, but somebody drove to Salt Lake City
City
and back in the last 2 days. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a lot of roadways they've cleared in the last 2 days, and I appreciate that effort.
And they're very complicated systems. When you look at the map that they provided of all the utilities, underground utilities, it's very complicated, and it's not. And I really appreciate that we're actually starting to get it seems like we're getting a handle on this. We'll see.
And I think the real struggle for someone like me is, roads, the level of service for roads is pretty obvious. Level of service for stormwater is somewhat obvious if it backs up, but otherwise you just assume it's working. Water, as long as I turn my tap on, I'm happy. But roads are easy to complain about because the level of service is easy to talk about. The other ones are trickier. But if they fail, you're going to notice.
Well, on a lighter note, I want to thank Dave for mentioning cemeteries. They're often ignored, and some of you may know that's something I have a lot of interest in, and I'm always glad when staff realizes and tells people that we have cemeteries and we do have to take care of them. I hope staff finds a way to get some of these really great graphics out to the public because they are very interesting. I think we all really appreciate the work that you did on that.
Well, I will take your scary and raise you to an exciting, because there's so much opportunity here. We can go up. And that includes not only low-hanging fruit, but what an opportunity to show our community that we're committed to making sure that we can manage our own assets as we talk about our responsibility with our tax dollars. So I guess I'll take that to that place, perhaps. Our job is to receive the report if there's anything else. Otherwise, I think we're done with that topic. Thank you very much. So now we will move on to commission items. Any future agenda items to add?
Yes, I'd like to, I think the way to do it is, I've had some discussions with planning staff about initiating a text amendment to look at how religious institutions could look at putting affordable housing on their properties, somewhat like if they have a large property, particularly some of them out west, if they could build one house or two houses to be used as permanently affordable or something like that. Just look at the idea, initiate a text amendment, have staff look at that, take it to AHAB, and then if it's something that is worth looking at, eventually Planning Commission and back to us. So I'd like to see if other commissioners are interested on it. I don't know if we need it as an agenda item or if we just give that direction, we can move forward if other people are interested in that.
Would this be through like a nonprofit organization associated with the church?
It could be the church itself. It could be the housing authority operating a house on the land owned by the church. It'd be a permanently affordable house. So you'd have to, that's my theory. It would be only restricted to that. Or it could be someone it could be a church that works with Family Promise, to use one of their houses, but Family Promise operates it.
Would there not be taxation and profit issues?
Not if there's no cost. There's there'd be no rent or low rent that's below what they call the maintenance cost. So 9th Street Baptist, for example, does this now with Family Promise. They have an apartment complex that they allow the Family Promise to use at what they call maintenance cost, which allows in the IRS rules that there's no income, so there's no other income. So they allow Family Promise to use them at $200 a unit for a 2-bedroom, and then we put affordable we use folks in it now. So it's off-site of 9th Street. It just happens to be something they own. But there's some other churches interested in looking at putting something on their kind of empty green space now whether or not it works, I think we have to, work through the process, but I think it's worth considering.
So it's,
So,
it's
so-
something that is possible now, if it's happening?
Well, the one I'm talking about is 9th Street Baptist just happens to own an apartment building. It's not on their ground. What this would be take a church that has 6 acres and has, picture the church out on like 6th and Folks Road or something. They have a lot of acreage, that's, but they just have a church building. What if in the, back corner, they built a house that was used as a permanent affordable? That'd
So
be the question.
you're essentially changing the zoning requirement for the religious organization zoning to include a use for permanent affordable housing?
I think there's a couple ways to look at how you do it. I mean, many of these churches are in lots of different zoning. Some of them are in multifamily, some of them are in residential zones, some of them are in RS10, so it's an accessory use. Interestingly, churches have the right now to build a parsonage. You don't need a special use permit or any permit to have a church and to build a parsonage. So any of these churches could build a house if it was used as a parsonage, but you couldn't build a house under the current rules to use it for a permanently affordable housing project,
What is a parsonage?
a place where the minister lives. So you can do that
So
right now.
would this be limited to just churches or just any nonprofit or being able to do this?
Again, I think it's something to be looked at. I mean, we have a religious organization designation in the zoning code, so I think those are the ones who would use it. Now, I think nonprofits would partner with them to allow that. But, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of details to be talked about. The question is, do we even want to talk about it?
I think we do, we're doing it.
Is that
Yeah,
something
I
that
think we do.
would
Yeah.
come to us first, or would it go through planning first?
We could-
Or affordable housing?
Yeah.
Ahab, then.
I think we could do it in a couple ways. I mean, we could ask staff to bring it to us first and officially initiate it. I think we could ask staff to look at it and take it to Ahab first. I'm looking at Craig or Diane, but I think we could go either way.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out by the time that we bring something to you to talk about.
Okay.
We'll give you some options.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be good.
I do think you want to formally initiate that as a process.
Like right now, is this?
No, at a meeting.
At a
future
meeting, at that time. That's okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But we wouldn't do it with all the details, and that would all have to be kind of hammered out through the planning process. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I would, yeah.
Do we
Yes,
need a-
absolutely.
I get that.
Lots
Okay.
of stuff. And it might not work. We might decide it's not.
Do we need a motion to add that to a future agenda? Okay. Any other future agenda items to add? Any work session items to add?
I talked to Craig, I'm sorry, and he said if I had any ideas, just throw them all out there and you guys can decide whether you're gonna use them during, planning or something else. But, there was a lot of discussion about, looking at the rental inspection program again. I don't think there was any, excitement about doing it by the last commission, but I've sort of feel like I've heard different things from this commission. So I didn't know if that would be something we could do a study session on. I know staff's already got some ideas.
I know that it was something that we brought up when we were talking about Airbnbs, and so that was going to be a nice parallel to take a look at that, and then Airbnbs kind of took their own route. So that wasn't a conversation that continued necessarily, but I think that it is one that's probably ripe for review. I would definitely want to fit it in a place where we're not bumping something else to have that conversation, but I would be interested in engaging in it.
I think it'd be a
Other
good idea to have a work session on the rental inspection program.
Yeah.
It
Thank you.
hasn't been visited in a long time, so.
Yeah. Any other work session items? Okay. Other items, Brad, you kind of stole my thunder about the city crews doing all of that work over the last few days. It was certainly an enjoyable sledding day on Monday, and I know that it wasn't for some people, and I'm very, very thankful for that work. And I saw multiple praises in multiple places for folks and the work that was done. So thank you all. Pass that along to everybody who has gone to bed at a reasonable hour.
I have two items. One, I think at the last AHAB meeting, they asked to have a joint meeting with us. And I think, Diane, you said you were going to look into that to talk about it. I just wondered what you were looking at.
Sure, so the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, they were talking about, having some further discussions in a retreat that they are working to schedule. And then I think that they wanted to kind of group their thoughts and then have a later meeting that engaged the commission directly. So definitely, that'll be on the radar, but likely probably later in the spring.
Other items? Okay. Let's move on to the city manager's report.
Nothing major. We just wanted to alert you to that we are going out for an RFQ for to analyze cost of growth study. Commissioner Larson's been involved with that committee and is aware. Just want to make sure all of you are aware of that because you're the main audience for whatever we develop through that process.
This was just put out, what, today?
I think so.
I would like to express some concerns about Section 8, which is the selection process. I didn't see anything there where representatives from a sustainability group would be involved in the selection. I think the presentations that we've seen tonight highlight the importance of sustainability in this, and I don't think it's fair to just put that on the city and Lawrence Association neighborhood. So I suggest that you consider including representatives from one of the groups who spoke here tonight, either Thad Holcomb's group, Lettuce, or the Sunrise Movement. But I'm just one commissioner, so I invite my other commissioners to either agree or disagree with me.
Thoughts?
No, I think it would be good to add, I'm just not sure which group would be appropriate to add to that from the sustainability aspect of it. Do you invite one of them or both of them, or?
Recommendations?
Well,
Thoughts?
we could have Jasmine involved. I mean, she's gonna be thinking about that. I mean, we're trying to make sure that we cover this and get really the best firm. And I'll just be honest, there's a very limited number of these experts in the country. So we can have a wide variety of fingerprints on it and ask some questions that are good to make sure that we've got a well-qualified firm. So it doesn't matter to me, but Jasmine is a staff member, would be available for that, I think would represent those interests, but I'm wide open.
Well,
It's gonna be
I note that the
about
home
scale.
builders and the chamber are both represented on that, but there's no sustainability. And there's a lot of overlap between the home builders and the chamber.
Okay.
I think Jasmine is a good recommendation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that would be fun. I'm trying to beat my head. Others that might be good too. Planning, I guess. Anybody from planning? I don't know if that, well, there's going to be some representation from planning on there, right?
We have had staff involved in that from planning.
But there's a difference between the advocates and the staff.
I understand
That's my
that.
point.
I'm just thinking, of things, trying to think of things.
Thank you for that suggestion.
So, yes, I'm definitely open, obviously, to that.
I mean,
Well,
this is,
again, I've just seen this today, so this is my reaction.
and this is to study or to get the group or individual or
Is-
company that would be doing the study itself would look a lot different and would have a lot of input.
Yeah, this is just to choose a contract or request for qualifications is all it is.
Yes, who would then engage in the study, and we would be soliciting feedback from a variety of groups and that process. What we want to make sure is that nobody who's a stakeholder in this would say, oh, well, that's not a qualified firm. They couldn't possibly do this work. We don't like what the product of their efforts was because they're not qualified. We want to make sure that we don't get that effect. So if there's a concern that there would be a group that would say, no, this firm that you selected isn't qualified to do this work, then we'd want to make sure they're involved.
Because once we get past the phase of finding a qualified vendor, then that's where it starts to get into the nitty-gritty of what we're actually going to be looking at for growth. And that definitely is a time when you're going to want more input, I would think.
I think in the scope of the project, as we look at the contract and the timelines and, the engagement process or whatever that looks like, that would definitely be a place where I think that concern would be very important to that conversation. I would be satisfied with Jasmine being part of the selection process. Other thoughts?
Anybody else?
Okay. Anything else, Craig?
No, that's all I have.
Any other questions for Craig? Public comment on any of these items under the city manager's report?
My name is Steve Ozark. I'm a community advocate for some years. I'm here tonight to talk about the weather shelter that we just opened, the temporary weather shelter. This was in response to the reduction. Is this appropriate time?
No, we already had public comment early in the meeting. We're only talking about items on the city manager's report, on the cost of growth study, the utility billing report, and then future agenda or work session items.
So would I have an opportunity, because this is honestly a matter of life and death for over 2 weeks, because we have people that won't be sheltered.
Public comment was at the beginning of the meeting. You are welcome, however, to contact us via email or phone.
Well, it's an actionable item, because if we go forward in the next 2 weeks, we'll have a limit of 15 people that can get in according to an ordinance that was set by city ordinance. So I don't know protocol. I apologize to take people's time, but if I could have 3 minutes at any point before this breaks.
I would be happy to talk to you after the meeting briefly, and then we can decide next steps at that point, including connecting you with our city manager.
Okay, but as I understand, it has to be actionable to your vote, or we will have to turn people away tomorrow.
We don't take action on items that are public comment
Okay.
at a meeting anyway. We would have to set it on an agenda.
Okay.
So
I'm
thank
sorry
you,
to
Steve.
interrupt.
I apologize.
Okay, sorry.
Any other public comment? Okay, let's move on to, we'll bring it back up here. Anything else? Okay, we'll move on to our calendar items. Anything to add, or is our last meeting
Of the year?
of the
Wow.
year?
Wow.
We did it. And we'll be back on the 7th. Anything to add? Okay,
Move to adjourn?
Second?
motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Happy holidays, everyone.